right now, but it's acting a little weird. Okay, thank you
How
everyone
so?
for your patience. It was weird. It told me live streaming's not available, and then it popped up and started streaming. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But I have confirmed due to a recent visitor that actually, yes, it's not just my imagination. The internet and phone signals in this area are complete trash. Anyway, welcome everyone to another episode of History After Dark. Or I guess tonight it's really Politics After Dark, because we're going to be looking at some contemporary events. Originally, we had planned to look at the Overland Campaign, and I guess with that, we can talk about some of the books that you have on hand right now, Sean. So let's go ahead and take a
Yeah,
look
yeah.
at some merch. So,
Though, real quick about Overland, I would like to do it in the future, but our co-host pulled out, so I just wasn't able to do it. Because I'm not. I have a bit of a blank. Right now, I'd say Spotsylvania and North Anna are. I need to read up on them again. It's been so long, you know.
yeah.
So I just couldn't do it justice on my own. But anyway, books, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so,
Okay. So yeah, well, simply put, before COVID and right after things opened up, COVID still thing happens. But anyway, things start opening up. Books, we could sell a whole bunch of them doing talks. Now, I find almost nobody buys books anymore. Which is one of the surest signs to me always that the economy is bad. And I just have a box full of books, some of which I know I can't move around here in New Orleans because I've gone to most of the round tables, and the ones that are left are either very small, so they never really bought that many books to begin with, or they just, they already have it. So I'm looking at it being like, wait, I bought these back when books were like sold a lot, which I have to say from roughly 2017, 2018 until 2022, sales were good. I'd say until summer 2022. So anyway, some of the books I've got for sale here is my first book, Battle of Petersburg. Uh, the first Union attempt to capture the city. No battle in the Civil War was as bloody as that one after that one. So that's the last. It's the last of the really big bloody battles, I would say, except debatably Franklin and Atlanta. That is. There's also a book on the 100 campaign, which was Grant's secondary offensive against Richmond, launched at the same time as the Overland Campaign, which I was planning on talking about in detail originally. Biography of General Beauregard, a book on the Battle of Nashville, and some essay collections that I contributed to.
Right.
So anyway, anybody who wants to buy one, just contact me by the email, and I'll sign the book for you and get it mailed off to you.
And your email is seanchick6 at gmail.
Yeah.
All right. And so here are some of the images of the books, and I guess you say here, so the Dreams of Victory book about Beauregard, you have 9 copies on hand, and these will all be signed. These books are $17, but you have to include $5 for shipping. Is that right?
Yeah, the Bermuda 100 one's 15,
Okay. So
and I've got the hardcover ones vary from 30 to 40, just depending,
okay. So
which would be the essay books in Petersburg.
all right. And Petersburg is the $40 book because it's a larger
Yeah, yeah.
hardcover.
Yeah. Now, do you have the list of the books in the description or no?
Yes, so I have the other ones from. You have one each of the following books. So these are from the Emerging Civil War 10th Anniversary Series. Lee versus Grant, $30. Fallen Leaders, $30. Vicksburg and Tullahoma, $33. The Civil War on the Water, $33. War in the Western Theater, $33. Civil War and Pop Culture, $33. And again, those are one each.
Yeah. And I mean, wait, do you have them listed though, so people can see them who haven't?
Um,
Have like a list to draw from.
I don't have a way to put up a list.
Okay, so okay, so you couldn't put that in the description for the video then.
I mean, I could add it later. Yeah, I can add it later.
Okay. Um, I guess I can just also add a pinned comment when the video's over.
Yeah,
You
that
know.
works too.
There's also supposed to be a link in the description for the latest video for
Forgotten
Forgotten
Battles.
Battles.
Yes, I guess you
Yeah,
guys revived it. So here it is. And
Yeah,
so,
they're gonna be doing some shorts real soon too.
so how back is the channel? The channel you do with your brother and
Oh, it's back. They're recording stuff tomorrow. They're gonna be doing a bunch of shorts, and we're gonna have two or three more videos this year. I'm writing one right now on John C. Pemberton,
okay.
and we have one on the Battle of Megalopolis. So it's back. It just the last video took a lot out of us, and then the growth in the channel just, I mean, it just, YouTube just made sure there was a hard ceiling,
Yeah, I know all about that. I remember in the beginning of 2022, my estimated subscriber growth was that I'd be at 100K by the end of the year, and I'm currently sitting in around 63,000 and something. So I know all about that.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think Lance, he really went all out.
Yeah, it has a very Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon aesthetic.
Well, he likes that vaporwave, man.
I guess so, yeah. So I'll go ahead and close this window because we can't overstrain the very
Yeah.
limited infrastructure around here.
I know. I am working on the Tokyo trials. Um, by the way, I am working on the. I am still working. Wait, you keep going in and out.
You were going in and out a little
Hello?
bit. Yeah, I hear you mostly.
You hear me fine? Okay. Mostly. So what's up?
Probably just local internet being very poor once again. I don't know. I mean, also I
So
was
did
trying
you do the
to
last one at
at the what?
Yeah, you went completely out. You just keep going in and out, man.
Um,
Um,
it'll stabilize in a
yeah,
minute
yeah. You
probably.
just all sentences you say are cut off mid sentence. Everything you say is cut off mid sentence.
It should even out in a minute. I mean, usually does. It usually has these little times of having a, I guess, the internet equivalent of a
Did you
coughing
do the
fit.
last one on camp? Did you do the last one on campus?
No, I did not.
Okay,
I only did
because
that
that one was
once.
smooth. I remember you said campus had better internet.
It does,
Yeah. Okay.
but it's not exactly a safe place because that one time I did stream from campus, that was a week after a fatal shooting occurred within like 500 feet of where I was streaming. So
Okay.
yeah,
Well, you got to take your chances, man.
sure, yeah. I mean, I just really want to get out of this area as soon as humanly possible. That's really my only goal in life right now. Um, at least that's my only
Mm.
attainable goal in life at the moment.
All right.
All right. So
I don't think you're getting cut off right now. I think you're doing pretty well.
I guess this is as good as it'll
Okay.
get. All right. Well,
Yeah.
anyway, yeah, this is the state of American infrastructure, especially in areas that have had way too much growth without any corresponding adaptations, which I guess is also anytime a town in the South grows, this happens because there is no forward thinking or planning. So,
Internet has only gotten generally better in the French Quarter since I moved in because they've added more towers and stuff. Although we did have some big problems a few weeks ago, but beyond that, it's been a lot better the last few years. You know.
well, that's
But
good.
you should be around here when it's. You should be around here at Mardi Gras. The reason I do that is because in Mardi Gras, if you text somebody like Mardi Gras Day, they may not get it or they get it like an hour later.
Sounds about
And I
right.
have to say, last Mardi Gras did not have those problems. You know.
Yeah, sounds
Yeah.
about right,
So,
unfortunately.
all right, man. So I guess whenever the video's done, I'll add a comment with a link. I thought you could have put it in the video description, but that always happens
I
in
mean,
these videos. People will they'll be talking in the video and be like, "You can find more information in the description." I'll hit the description. I'm like, I don't see anything.
well, I mean, we also had some difficulties. I had to restart the computer, so I lost a lot of the work I did earlier. So,
Okay. Well, I made out a list of everything
Yeah, I know.
that's in the email. That way it can be copied pasted easy. Uh,
All
okay.
right.
All
Well,
right.
let's talk about some other depressing shit.
I hear Hogan's talking right now,
Really? About
like
what?
at the convention.
Oh, the Republican
He's at the
convention.
Trump convention, man. Yeah.
Brother, let me tell you, dude. Hell yeah. Come to Hulk
I
Hogan's.
mean, Hulkster's in the house, man.
Come to my surf shop, brother. Get a picture with the WCW title, dude. And then come to Hogan's Hideaway and do some karaoke all night with my son Nick, who got out of jail.
I remember when they had remember they had like a remember the Trump 2020 one? They had like that guy that the people on the internet were like, he was being disrespectful to an indigenous. Remember that guy?
No.
Like you remember him? Yeah, they just had a but they had a lot of I think they had the My Pillow guy at the 2021 as well.
Oh yeah, Mike Lindell. For this convention or for the last one?
No, the 2021. The 2021 was just like it was one of the oddest convention speaking groups I'd seen. Although
Yeah.
I remember seeing like a right wing retort was successful entrepreneur and victim of internet mob.
Well, that's an interesting description.
Hey, I mean maybe we'll get the Hawk to a girl right this time.
Yeah, I guess in 2020 that was probably the most freak show convention, just because by that point Trump had given up on getting along with pretty much any normal person and just surrounded himself entirely with sycophants.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd say they're all sycophants. It's definitely an odd assortment. And probably I mean you say freak show. I think the last time that descriptor was used for a convention was Democrats in 1972.
Sounds about right.
You know,
Um, so I guess
that was out there convention. That was an out there convention too. It's a very odd one. What it really did show was the isolation of Trump in 2020, where they just like want him out as fast as they can.
so I guess the question before
Um,
us is where do we want to start with the things that have happened in the world?
uh, well, I'll pretty much let you go at it for wherever. I know I just saw that Luke said he can hop on in, but we're already doing the political developments, so I'm not sure if we can do Overland at this point. Besides
Right,
that, because we're doing this, I have a limit on when I'm gonna go. So Overland is, it would be like let's do the Battle of the Wilderness and move, and then have to stop.
right.
So
All
yeah,
right.
so sorry guys, because I do have a limit on this one for sure.
Okay, so I guess I'd like to start with probably the most important issue that would actually impact things. What do you think the odds are that Biden's going to get pulled and replaced by a different candidate?
I
I agree. I guess now the question is who would that candidate be and how would they be selected? Would they go back to old convention style uh, negotiations the way things used to be in the pre-primary age or what? Because I'm pretty sure even with the extreme old age of many of the people involved, even none of them are old enough to have really partaken in those earlier conventions.
hmm. It's a
Oh,
question of like how they would actually handle that because we've never really been in this situation before. I was thinking about trying to consider the rare occasions when a party has not gone with the president and renominated him. Uh, I mean, Lyndon Johnson willfully pulled out, right? Before that, though, you'd have to go all the way back to like Chester A. Arthur, I think.
yeah. Oh, it looks like
I'm
Danny's in
not
the
sure.
chat. We should,
Okay, I'm sorry. I will make it clear. When it comes to mechanics of how it would work with Biden, I don't know.
yeah. I guess we could
I
call in Danny. It looks like he's in the chat. Danny, jump in.
Where's Danny's in the chat?
Looks like it.
Where is he? What's his name under?
Forgotten Battles.
Oh, I must be on a delay right now then. Okay.
Yeah.
on the chat because the last person I see is Christopher Evans. Oh, that's weird. Anyways, all right. So,
So I guess we could talk
okay.
about some potential replacements. I mean, obviously,
Well, I think
there's
well, I think
Kamala
we might want to
Harris.
start actually is where the things go off the tracks. Okay, so there have been people as late as okay, so there have been people as early as this time last year. Not many people who were saying that Trump's going to win and that the powers that be are just going to settle on having a Trump presidency. Okay, but then you had all of the court cases against him. Okay, uh, just once again a case of throw what you can at him, see what sticks. I know the documents case recently fell apart. The He was found guilty in the Stormy Daniels one, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah, he was found guilty in that one. What do you think the effect of that will be?
politically non-existent.
But aren't they delaying the sentencing for that one?
Yes, they're delaying the
That's what I heard.
sentencing because of that new Supreme Court ruling, basically that says presidents can do literally anything as president without being prosecuted. Although the Stormy Daniels case, I believe, was from before he was president.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, that one says within the limits of the law. So I believe that court case might be being overstated by people. All right, but I do not know the fine print on it. All right,
Yeah,
I do know that people running around being like, "Oh my God, the president's now a um, now the people being like, oh, okay, now I see the Forgotten Battles one from Danny. Okay, anyway, the people being like, oh my God, now the president's like a dictator. I'm like, no, that's not really what it says, from what I could tell. So they delayed the sentence in the Stormy Daniels one. My only take on the Stormy Daniels one is, I know people will be like, oh, isn't this great what she did? I'm like, remember, guys, she did fucking willingly.
for money.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So please keep this in mind. Well, no, did she for money? I
I'm pretty
thought
sure that
the
was
money
the
was.
agreement. I don't know though. I
I thought
don't.
the money was just to hush her up.
Maybe. I mean, there have been so many stupid little scandals that have happened. I can't keep track of the details of all of them. I mean, it's just
Yeah,
a never-ending.
exactly. I just meant the Story Daniels one. I mean, nothing against her. I just I don't want to blow her up into some like kind of folk hero. In the end, she's the guy who chose to sleep with the guy, who these people think is gross. Um, so you have that one, but most of the court cases fell apart. Trump got the nomination. Republican attempts to replace him or get rid of him were not there. Those debates didn't really matter. Um, and I'll have to say, I haven't really paid a lot of attention to this whole to this election cycle. This is like the one I paid the least attention to probably overall. Uh, so I'll also admit that my skills of prediction for 2024 have been really bad, straight up. Like this is my worst one yet. I think I can chalk that up to not paying as much attention. So I thought the court cases would have been more effective, at least in getting rid of him, but they weren't. So now he's around. And then you have the Joe Biden debates. How was that for you?
I watched it, and I had to watch it twice, unfortunately, because I was at my sister's
Yeah.
place watching their dogs for their honeymoon, and so I watched it by myself one night, and then the next night they came back and they wanted to watch it. So it was
Yeah.
honestly the worst debate performance I've ever seen, and I've watched a fair number of debates at this point. And
Yeah.
I would say
The,
worse than Lincoln
the,
Chafee in 2016 because he was my previous, I guess, whatever the opposite of gold standard is for a debate performance. Dog shit standard.
well, what about what about vice presidential that we had, right? Um, that was Admiral Stockdale.
I haven't
That was
seen
pretty
Admiral
bad.
Stockdale's debate, but
That was pretty. That one was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. But that was a vice presidential debate. Yeah, the presidential debates, like we mentioned last time, they really don't matter. You know, pretty much effectively. Sorry, pretty much effectively. If you're going to vote for somebody, you've already decided it. The only thing you want on the debate stage is for your candidate not to just take a shit on stage, which is what Biden did.
yeah. And here's the thing, though. If you think about it, and you just were to cut out all the Biden parts and just watch Trump, then even though I guess Trump quote unquote behaved himself a little bit, it's still a really bad performance by him, but it was so completely overshadowed by Biden's brain breaking down on multiple occasions. Because Trump's
Yeah,
veracity in that debate is
they
actually
put
probably the
that.
worst performance he's ever had because almost everything he said was obviously false.
Mm. Yeah, I'd heard that he had said a lot of false statements, and I think you said it best though, where Sanders and Trump understand that you just answer the question you would have wanted to be given.
Yeah, and
You
that's
know.
exactly what they did. That's what Trump did on a, I would say, much less adept level than Bernie did. But still, if you just hit some of your talking points and your opponent is literally just breaking down, then that's still an easy victory. Not to mention that the whole
Yeah,
point of
they
debates is to
also,
advertise your views anyway, not to get in and show your rhetorical prowess.
and it should also be noted, yeah, especially nowadays, and also it should be noted too that um, they put that thing in there where Trump couldn't interrupt, and in doing so, that was one of the reasons why Biden is allowed to just keep fumbling the ball, which I think is a big one. They that cannot be understated. There was a guy who said that about Trump in 2020 that one of the biggest mistake he made with Biden was constantly interrupting him because Biden is a combative, cranky old man. So don't fight him. Just let him do his thing and he'll screw up for you. Because I've seen those speeches going back to 2018, 2019 where he just rambles talking about nonsense,
Yeah,
you know.
and the thing about Biden too is that if you do piss him off, he gets a little bit sharper, so it helps him focus actually.
Yeah. Yes, it does. It does. And that's a little worth mentioning too. The reaction afterwards was a lot of people like, what's her name? Jen Psaki, right? Who I have a soft spot for. But what did she do? She was like, what'd she say? She was like, she had something where she was like, I had no idea that Biden was this bad off. I'm like, oh, don't bullshit me. Come on. I mean, that's another thing gets to as well is you and I remember the Bush years and the Bush years, there was a lot of denial of reality going on in the Bush administration. And they're even quoted as saying that. There was that one where the person was interviewing, I think it was Karl Rove. I believe it was Karl Rove. It might have been Dick Cheney, but I think it was Karl Rove, who was saying that, you report reality. It's like, that's not the way the world works. The way the world works is we make reality and then you just catch up with us. Right?
Yeah.
And I've pretty much seen the same thing with the Biden administration. It's kind of interesting in many ways that the degree to which they followed the playbook of the Republican Party in the aughts. That is, Trump is 9/11, Ukraine is the Iraq War for them, and it's a administration that constantly denies reality.
To be honest, I
And
don't think most Americans give a damn about Ukraine at this point because of the Gaza war.
yes, but I'm talking about you getting into a war you can't win, where your strategy is completely you go in, you've already lost, your strategy is completely screwed up, and you keep lying to everybody saying you're winning. And only since summer did they start letting cracks in, and those cracks keep multiplying. People being like, they're not winning, right? They're losing, correct? You know, um,
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty insane election in the sense that because we've seen some in the past, 2016 and 2020 come to mind that were not terribly substantive. I think it's safe to say this election,
wait, what?
I don't
Yeah.
think there's a single issue being debated. If you were to watch wall to wall coverage right now of the Trump Biden election, there are no issues being discussed, no ideas in play.
Mm.
It's all personality, health issues, and the shooting
Yes.
coverage. And that's all it is. It's all pure horse race in the most unfiltered way imaginable.
An election that is reminiscent of, and I honestly feel like 2016 was the same thing, right? It's 2020 debatably is like the 1980 election
Oh, really?
because the 1980 election, yeah, yeah, the 1980 election, we think of Reagan as being this inspirational figure, and that's because the guy could give a speech, right? The ninth that's more 1984 Reagan though. 1980 Reagan run is just him and Carter just mudslinging the entire time. It's one of the most negative presidential campaigns of all time, and that was commented on extensively at the time. The only reason you started to get a boost for Reagan towards the end, because Reagan was going to win no matter what, but I think it really was in the last month to 6 weeks where Carter went off the rails. Some of that was debate wise, which is why the presidential debate Trump and Biden for 2024 was the first one of consequence since 1980.
Yeah,
The
although
first one of real consequence.
I mean to be fair with the negativity in 1980, obviously Reagan was going hard after Carter's record. Carter was very defensive about it. And then also
Carter.
Carter
Yeah,
was
Carter went hard after Reagan.
yeah,
Carter went
because
hard after
Reagan
Reagan.
was considered a radical by nearly everyone in politics at that time. He was considered to be about as far right as one could conceivably be and still hold office of any kind. So he was
Roughly,
definitely he
yeah.
was a wingnut for 1980.
Yeah. No, there was that was a view of him, especially of the. I mean, he's seen as kind of like a more palatable Goldwater, you know.
Yeah. So also
Um,
just another thing about the so I guess you saw the Biden Trump first debate, right?
I saw parts of it. I couldn't. I don't really watch debates that. I mean, the last time I watched a debate, beginning to end, was the first Hillary Trump debate. So I watched a little bit to get a taste of things, and then watch certain sections. So I've
So
seen of the whole debate. I've probably seen 20 to 30 minutes of it.
so just to get into one issue that did bother me when I was watching it, and this is not really directly election related, but they were both asked a question that went, "What would you do about the opioid crisis?" And neither one of them answered it at all. Now, Biden said something about fentanyl, which is sort of indirectly related to the opioid crisis. But Trump literally ignored the question 100% and talked about immigrants. So, yeah. Anyway, so if you know someone with an opioid problem, I'm sad to say, but there is no candidate who cares at all about that issue, as demonstrated by that debate. Nor will
Wow.
they pretend to.
Uh, well, I don't know. No, he went right to the border. Then he wasn't blaming the border for it, was he?
He was talking about immigrants murdering people and using all the Social Security, and he just kept talking about that the whole night.
I do know this with Republicans, the issue of the border, and with yeah, right wingers in general, Europe, North America, all the rest, issues of immigration are usually listed as their number one or very high up there.
Yeah, because for Trump, that
So,
was literally all he talked about. So imagine the stereotype about Bernie only talking about class,
mhm.
and then make that about just attacking immigrants, and that's literally what Trump's performance was like.
Well, then he might be following the Ann Coulter strategy as far as that goes.
Probably
Uh,
so.
yeah, because Ann Coulter was saying like, hey, Republicans telling Republican Party members like, hey, your voters really care about immigration, which I saw as well, even all the way back in like 2011 and 2010 and 11, and Trump ran on that in 2016, and the argument that probably those advisors are saying, and I just say another thing as well, Trump's advisors he has this time around much better than the ones he's had before. We're not seeing some of the same mistakes we saw in 2016 and 2020. But I think they're telling him, like, look, this polls really well, and this is the big issue that got you in 2016. You barely brought it up in 2020, and people were upset about it. And that's true. There were a
Yeah.
lot of people who were upset that they did not get their wall,
So,
that they did not get more restrictions. And at the same time, I mean, Biden's just kind of been like, well, anybody can come in.
well, the thing I see about Trump's strategy is I feel like it's kind of halfway between his 2016 and 2020 strategy. So 2016 was it was kind of scattershot, but there was that underlying message about outsourcing and things like that.
I'd
2020
say
was all
trade and immigration.
well, trade and
2016 was.
immigration
You're
were
right. It was
really were
scattershot.
what
Those
got
two were
him.
the
Yeah, were the
those were
things
the
that helped
pillars.
him. But then there was some other
Yeah.
bullshit that distracted from it. But those were the two things he's really driving that ultimately got him to where he needed to be. 2020, I feel like he actually ran a remarkably terrible campaign because he ran on literally not one thing that made any sense or that was about something other than his feelings. All he talked about was how he's embattled and people hate him and we got to get revenge, or just petty bullshit. And I think that's really what cost him in the end, was that he didn't run on anything that anybody could relate to at all.
Also, the people who voted for Trump, who wanted to like him, wanted that he was taking a leading thing on COVID, right? And I have to say, the way Republicans and Democrats look at Trump with COVID, I find both of them pretty idiotic. Most Democrats have this opinion that Trump ignored COVID and talked about injecting Lysol in your veins or something. And I know Trump said some goofy stuff, but ultimately he signed off on lockdowns, masks, and the rest. And
Yep.
furthermore, put a lot into trying to get the vaccine out as fast as possible.
It's also weird to me because I know a lot of people in my mom's hometown who are hardcore Trump fans, and they were anti-vax, anti-mask, all that.
Yes,
And they
that's the other one.
refuse to believe that Trump had anything to do with any of those policies, even though in interviews he will take credit for them. And like,
I know that's the other one
how's this
too.
world possible?
These Republicans who talk about like yeah, they're like oh my god, the vaccine because of this and this. I'm like your guy Trump brags about it to this day, like, so I really think I really feel like Mo with Larry and Curly. I just want to take both their heads and slam them together, like it's just so stupid. Yeah, but anyways, so 2020, I mean, just a mess of an election, and it really helped that Joe Biden had an excuse not to have to give speeches or do interviews. you know. And I've never, except for Obama in the first few months, I've never seen a president this coddled by the media. You know,
I
in
agree. I
general.
mean, it's amazing too how much cover he was given even after the debate performance, when there were some really bad interviews he did that were edited before they were posted, and then some of the reporters like, those interviews were edited. We did that as a courtesy to maintain access, and then they got fired for telling the
Mm.
truth of all things. Um. Anyway, so I hope some of those reporters who got fired for admitting to doing something wrong won't be more punished than the people who just did that shit and never said a word and still have their jobs. Just, in the interest of fairness. But it's obvious that Biden's brain is completely and totally cooked. Actually, some of the interviews he's done since the debate were worse than the debate. And he's also had some private
Yeah.
calls with donors that apparently have been completely fucking insane.
Yeah, yeah, which is why Ken Cook, who's not able to listen tonight, sent me something saying that Chuck Schumer has come out and said that Biden should not do this. Now, it should be kept in mind that Chuck Schumer and Biden do not like each other. They have a poor relationship. Okay, Biden and Obama don't have the best relationship. Obama tries to stay cordial, but of course, Obama thought about dropping him in 2012. He dissuaded Biden from running in 2016. He tried to dissuade him from running in 2020 until he supported Biden to get him over the top to beat Sanders because they can't have Bernie Sanders in there.
Yeah, and it's also funny, there
So
was a Democratic rep who actually went on television and was pushing for Biden to be removed, and he used the precedent of we all pushed Biden in the first place to beat Bernie.
I
And he said, he's like, yeah, we already did that in the
appreciate the
past.
honesty.
Let's do that again, but this time to stop Trump.
I
So,
appreciate the honesty.
yeah, so he said the quiet part out loud. And so it's funny because I think I said some of the stuff like that back in 2020. And a lot of people said that back in 2020, and we were called paranoid. We were told that the Democratic Party just naturally coalesced around Biden within like 10 minutes before Super
Oh no!
Tuesday.
Anybody who said, look, no. Anybody saying that it was the equivalent to people when I would say that Biden was out to lunch, and they would say like that's a right wing talking point. I'm like, first of all, I'm not right wing, and second of all, it's just obvious. You know, I
Yeah,
mean, I mean, it's as obvious as when I tell people like, if you're backing Trump, I'm like, remember, you are backing crude, crass racist. I'm not racist, I rapist who only has like, a few things he's actually competent at, and one of them is not being president. So It's just one of those things. I just,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be around pro Biden people more than Trump people around here. But anyway, point is that, yeah, it just, I mean, that was obvious. What I'm telling you right now is obvious. Jen Psaki, and unless Jen Psaki had no interactions with Biden, you know,
Right.
uh, so George Clooney, who's close to Obama, did the editorial in the New York Times, which was Obama's way because Obama's like Dwight Eisenhower, where he doesn't want to stick the knife in himself. You know, let somebody else do it. Ulysses Grant was a bit of the same way, but was a little more willing to stick the knife in himself. You know, Obama doesn't want to come out to Joe Biden and say step down. So you
Yeah.
let somebody like George Clooney say it, who's essentially a surrogate. I actually do believe George Clooney when he says that the Biden he sees is not the Biden he's met before, because I don't think George Clooney's hanging out with Joe Biden 24/7, right?
Right.
So
No, George Clooney's definitely more of an Obama guy. You can just look at him and tell.
yeah, so I'm trying to say is like when George Clooney says, "Hey, this is not the Biden that I've known like a few years ago," I'm like, I can believe you on that. I don't think you guys are palling around, but somebody in the Biden White House saying that, no, I don't believe you. You know, unless you're really low down the food chain.
Right. I mean, also there were weird stories that were spreading probably a year, maybe 2 years ago, about how staffers in the White House sort of enjoyed when Biden would go off on them, because that's how you know that he knows who you are and he likes you if he'll cuss you out and call you a fucking idiot. I'm like, okay, first of all, there's absolutely no chance that this is true. Like, there's no way that people are eager and waiting in line. Oh boy, Mr. President, I can't wait till you call me a fucking idiot. There's no chance that that's true.
Well, maybe they do if there's no real major repercussions.
Well, yeah, if the president can't remember that he thinks you're a fucking idiot, then I guess it's all fun and games.
Right.
Or apparently he was quoted many times as saying, like, how do you not know this fucking shit to people? Which I assume has to be on foreign policy. Because that's the only thing Biden still seems to remember to some extent. Like, if you talk to him about that topic, he still sounds a little bit like himself.
Yeah. There is, you do have in the 1800s a large number of presidents who are not renominated by their party for a variety of reasons. But starting roughly with Grover Cleveland, that's the norm. You know, I think the only one, God, yeah, since Grover Cleveland, I mean, Johnson stepped down, but everybody else ran again. And Carter was the last one where there was an insurgency against him, that being Ted Kennedy. But that was during the primaries. That was far ahead. That was far in advance of what was going on. Um, you do remember, of course, we did that live stream way back about Franklin Pierce, right?
Yes.
And so we may have a Pierce situation here because some of these people were just not going to be renominated. Say John Tyler, no way in hell. John Tyler had enemies in both parties. Now, John Tyler was able to get a lot done. As I've said, I think he's an underrated president in that regard. He got several things done, and John Tyler did have a very loyal circle around him, right? But there was no way he was getting renominated. When he leaves office, both major factions in both parties distrust him, and especially with the Whigs because he defied Henry Clay. So, no way in hell, right?
Yeah.
Polk was in poor health, and Polk essentially got most of what he wanted done. And Polk had even, when he became president, was already like, "Hey, I'm only doing one term." He was that's what he already said. So, Polk's an oddball in that case. Millard Fillmore, that would be a hard one to look at. I know he did eventually try to get reelected, but Millard Fillmore might be the ultimate black hole for presidents with me. I don't even know any tidbits about his personality.
He might not have had one. Um,
I'm not sure if he did.
Also, it's kind of funny with Biden. They keep bringing up to him, you said you were going to be a transitional president, and then he said, I did say that, and then he doesn't offer any justification really. He's like, I got to finish the job though. I would respect him a lot more if he would just simply say, yeah, a transition to my second fucking term, bitch.
Hmm.
But
It
he's
looks
not that
like
quick anymore.
I'm basing this on Wikipedia, so admitting black hole in this one. It looks like Fillmore was unsure if he was going to run again. I mean, he did run 1856 as nativist, but it looks like
Yeah.
he was unsure,
Well, somebody said
right?
that he lost to Winfield Scott at the convention in 1852.
1852, okay.
Yeah.
But it looks like he wasn't hard committed to begin with, which that might have hurt him. Andrew Johnson is a John Tyler case. He's a vice president who comes in. He's distrusted by both parties. Only, whereas John Tyler was able to have a loyal circle around him and get some things done, Andrew Johnson wasn't able to get much done. And he did have a circle of allies around him, like William Seward, but I mean, it wasn't enough. Now, Rutherford B. Hayes did not want to be renominated. Hayes did not really like being president. Hayes is a case of a man who was fairly happy to get out of the White House. And I think a lot of that with Hayes is just because the Republican Party under Hayes was fractured between the half breeds and the stalwarts. And Hayes did not relish that political fight. So Hayes gets out. Arthur is one I'd also want to look at as well, because Arthur is another case of a man who had enemies in both parties because he sends the presidency after Garfield is assassinated, and he's a Republican. He was a stalwart Republican, but he has a change of heart and actually becomes a reform Republican, and then loses the support of his longtime friend and ally Roscoe Conkling. He was one of those fascinating figures of that era. So Arthur looks like contemplated a run, but realized that neither faction of the Republican Party truly trusted or liked him, so he backed out in the end. So he didn't really make a shot.
Mm.
Closest approximation to Biden then is Pierce, because Pierce for 1856 wants to be renominated. He thinks he's going to be renominated. He put everything into it. So this isn't like Fillmore Arthur, where they play around with it and Fillmore tries it and Arthur backs out, right? Hayes wants out. Polk, wants his one term, and some of those other guys are politically isolated. No, Franklin Pierce is a man of the Democratic Party who believes he should be renominated and believes also that he has been a good president. Keep that in mind too. Pierce was in many ways befuddled by some of the hatred thrown his way as his life went on, and no doubt might even be befuddled by it if he could see it today, how lowly ranked he is. So he makes a full-blown drive to get renominated, and he is not. So
Interesting.
that's the closest approximation to Biden is Pierce.
I didn't realize he was under the impression that he was a good president, though.
Oh, he would admit that he had some problems. He didn't get everything he wanted done, but Franklin Pierce thought that he had gotten a lot of things done for the country. And I always like to say that, Pierce, I think, might be like the best of the worst presidents.
So he
Because
he
he
should
did have a
be
few.
he should be like on the wall at Red Letter Media. There should be a portrait of Pierce.
Yeah. I mean, he did have some accomplishments. I mean, ultimately he's a terrible president. He failed, but once again, I'm ranking him higher than Bush or Buchanan, Bush Jr. That is.
Right.
I think Pierce had more to be proud of than those two.
I guess in terms of my pick for best failed president, I'd probably go with Jimmy Carter.
Hmm.
I mean, he had to
Oh
actually.
no, I wouldn't even put Carter's. No, Carter's not even the same realm as Pierce.
Yeah,
Pierce
I
is
mean,
much
he's
worse.
definitely a tier or two above Pierce, but I'm just saying, like, of the people who
Yeah.
are generally considered failures, Carter actually had a pretty high batting average when it came to proposing legislation and making it happen.
Yeah. Carter had other problems, but yeah, no, very, very perceptive. Yeah, Carter, and I would actually say in that regard, Carter kind of reminds me of John Tyler, where he got more done than his reputation would make you think. You
Right.
know,
Yeah.
actually, no, yeah, yours would be Jimmy Carter, mine would be John Tyler. I think John Tyler is actually not a bad president, probably an average president. You know, um, these low rankings of his, I think, is just because I told somebody that at the we had some historians in town. I did a lot of tours for them, and I told one of them I think what really hurt John Tyler was that he essentially pissed off Andrew Jackson, Henry Clay, and I want to say he pissed off Calhoun as well. So if you're going to anger a lot of the biggest political people at that time, who people have a rabid devotion to, you're not going to be liked. He essentially just angered a lot of the most popular politicians of the era. His allies were politically important, but they're not household names by any means.
Right. No, that's an interesting point. Have we ever seen I mean, other than Woodrow Wilson, have we ever seen another situation where it looks like the president is being steered by a wife or other family member due to incapacity. Because I think this is also something that only has about one precedent. The, kind of Joe having to rely on his wife so much.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Republicans have mentioned Wilson and Franklin Roosevelt, which I always go, wait, you forgot about Reagan,
I mean,
right?
Franklin Roosevelt was
Um,
not dependent on Eleanor. They actually didn't spend that much time together.
no, oh no, no, I'm not talking about a wife. I'm not talking about a wife sense. I'm talking about where the president's health is so poor at the end that you question who's in charge. Now, in the case of Franklin Roosevelt, from what I can tell, he's definitely still in charge, but the people around him can tell that he's losing it. You know, but I mean, his health. Franklin Roosevelt's health also deteriorated rapidly. He was in pretty good health in 1943 and even early 1944. It deteriorates rapidly in late 1944 into 45.
Yeah,
He
no,
still had control of his faculties. So
right.
the Republicans mentioning Franklin Roosevelt think it's very unfair. Uh, that doesn't isn't the case. In the case of Ronald Reagan, I don't know. I mean, how much do you think Nancy was calling the shots?
Um, I imagine it would have to be somebody other than Nancy. I don't know if she's really politically involved slash informed enough to do something like that, or if she would feel it's appropriate. I can't imagine her
I'll say
actually
this:
doing that.
I remember being a kid hearing in the early 90s, mid 90s, that Nancy Reagan ran the country in the last 2 years. That was a common thing I heard amongst Democrats. I don't think so.
Yeah, I
She
doubt it
definitely had
too.
influence. Yeah, I did. She had definitely an influence over Ronald Reagan. From what I can tell, Ronald Reagan's staff in the late 80s was well run. They closed wagons around him. And also, he's losing it, but he's not gone.
Right.
He's losing it, but he's not gone. So it's also different. Um, Wilson would be the most extreme example. Uh, in terms of presidents of the 1800s, I mean, Garfield was on his deathbed, and James G. Blaine ran the country. Garfield was dying during summer. Congress wasn't in session. There was really nothing to do. So Blaine was the de facto president, but he didn't really call the shots on anything.
Right.
Um,
That makes sense.
Outside of that, I don't know.
Yeah, man. Because we actually did have a super chat a little earlier that I think is related to what we're talking about right now, so I guess we'll go ahead and do it. It's from Falcon Strike 21 for $2. Thank you, Falcon Strike. He asked, how much blame does Joe Biden deserve for this? And I assume, of course, he means for Biden sticking around this long in this terrible condition.
Yeah.
Because I'd have to say she deserves a lot of blame. Although my suspicion is that he was egged on to do this by a lot of other people within the party until that debate. Although it is worth mentioning, of course, that Biden as president has stayed very much out of the limelight, so people have kind of understood for a while that he is not to be put before the public.
Mm. Okay. But that's the thing is, you know, just keep the corpse alive, right? And as long as he can give the occasional speech. But I mean, even then, I mean, you have this footage of like, him wandering off and advisors having to, staffers having to move him in the right direction, right?
Right.
It's pretty humiliating when you think
I
about
mean,
it,
because
right?
I think that makes what happened with George W. Bush so many times so much more embarrassing because he clearly didn't have dementia. He was just an idiot, but he would do shit like that all the time, and then he'd try to make a
Yeah,
joke out of it.
which also kind of leads me to, their big problems Harris, and the word in the street is that Harris, of course, like push this guy out, but I mean Biden and Harris never liked each other to begin with, um, so I don't know. The problem I mentioned that about Harris because Joe Biden can fall back on I'm mentally incompetent. Harris though, what the hell, right?
Right. Yeah. No.
Right?
That's the thing is I think Harris
Which
was
excuse
his.
do you have, lady?
I think Harris was his assassination insurance. Honestly, just like
Mhm.
I've heard people joke that that's why Trump chose J.D. Vance. And then Mike Pence before him, because it's like, well, okay, you could shoot me, sure, but think about what's coming next.
Oh, I disagree with that one. No, no, I don't think that's that at all, man. Actually, I think for 2016, Mike Pence was a very shrewd choice for Trump.
To
That's
be
one of the best
fair,
VP choices.
he was also like the only viable choice who was willing to do it, because every major Republican assumed that Trump was going to go down in flames, and also that association with them would be a political millstone in the future. So Pence was like the only high-ranking official willing to be on the ticket. Governor,
Well,
senator, what
Pence,
have you.
I mean, you know, Mike Pence shored up support with the evangelicals, who at that time were a questionable group for Trump, and Trump wasn't their guy.
Yeah, that's true.
And yeah, he shorted that up. Uh, Pence is not a great public speaker, but he's a polished public speaker, unlike Trump.
Doesn't make mistakes, that's
And
true.
giving credit to Mike Pence, he's good at a debate. He did. Yeah, I think him and Harris. I think he had the edge on that one. But more importantly, in 2016, Hillary just chose like one of her cronies, which was a horror. Hillary in 2016 made one of the worst VP choices I ever saw. She just said, "Okay, well, here's one of my cronies."
Well, in 2016, she was trying to. She thought that Obama had stolen her presidency, so she was trying to steal his best friend. And I think it was in a way to try to have her own Obama presidency. Oh, yeah? Well, I'm going to take your best bud and he'll be my VP now. So I'm going to live the dream you couldn't, because you didn't have enough
Yeah,
experience to pick your buddy. You had to go with, old Joe.
that it should be kept in mind though that 2008 nine and in 2008 to nine, uh, Trump. I'm sorry, Obama and Biden did get along, had a good relationship. It deteriorates both with Afghanistan, but I've also heard one of the big things that really made Obama go, "Oh my God, Biden's an idiot," is he was really relying on Biden to negotiate with Congress in 2011, and we saw how that went.
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
um, so
Now, I remember, I
what
remember
I'm
back
saying
when
here is that
Obamacare passed. Yeah, Obama and Biden were tight, because remember Biden was called on the live mic whispering really loud,
yeah,
"This is a big fucking deal."
and apparently Obama was, of course, embarrassed about that because Obama's um, when the cameras are on, he is decorum obsessed. To his
Yeah.
advantage, I think. I think that always really helped him out. Uh, no, I just and like Mike Pence debates Tim Kaine, and it's just embarrassing. I mean, he kind of wiped the floor at Tim Kaine, which is not very difficult to begin with. you know,
Yeah,
um,
I mean Tim
it just
Kaine. Because
it was a
remember,
bad choice.
like the Hillary stands I knew who would post memes on Facebook. Their best justification for Tim Kaine was that if you look at pictures of him when he was in his 20s, he used to be pretty hot. And I'm not making that up. That's exactly what they said.
Oh God.
Like, yeah, man, back in the day, that guy could play a guitar, had a nice head of hair, total pussy magnet. Therefore, he should be vice president. I mean, it's a direct
So,
pipeline. If you got laid a lot in your
like,
20s, you need to be president in
somebody
your
mentioned
50s.
somebody mentioned about Vance. We will get into him as a pick, but I found with VP picks, you either do the thing where you're like, "What's my weakness? Let me shore it up," which would be Obama in 2008 with Biden. Let me get somebody who's experienced and is known for foreign policy expertise, which foreign policy expertise is not my thing, right? That's what Obama's saying. 2016 with Trump, I already went over that with Pence. And then you have when your VP pick is the double down,
Right.
which is
McGovern and
like,
Sergeant Shriver.
uh, yeah, to a lesser degree. I'd say a big double down is Bush Cheney. That's just a double down. Um,
Yeah, corporate business
Hillary,
fuckhead.
uh-huh. Bill Clinton with Al Gore. That's one of the biggest double downs ever. Bill Clinton just said, "Here's the dorky version of me."
Yes.
Um,
I'm an Atari
and
Democrat.
hey man, Atari's the future. I've seen
Hello.
the posters. Okay.
Hey, Luke, how's it going, bud?
Yeah, going well. Just got back from a retraining session because tour company I was working for said I was doing too much history when I was doing the tour, so I had to rework some of my material. So that's going swimmingly.
So, you were doing a history tour with too much history, is what you're saying.
No, yeah. The thing is, like, I was doing a ghost tour, but because like my I'm obsessed with like history and shit, and this is like my first real gig since I got out of college. It's not like
Yeah.
doing with a bunch of bratty kids.
Hey, I used to
I just
do.
indulge myself. So
Hey, man, I used to do ghost tours. I mean, you got to make a living, right? And I know what you're saying.
yeah,
But the thing is, on a ghost tour, is you'll get it both ways. You will take out a bunch of history, and people will be like, "Well, there's not enough history," because ghost tour people take ghost tours all over the place. They really are. It's almost impossible to dodge criticism in that regard. You see, it wasn't scary enough. It was too scary. There were no ghosts who showed up. There, he talked too much about ghosts. Didn't talk enough about ghosts. Whatever it might be. The history one's a big one though. You're gonna have other people going to be like, if you tone it down too
yeah.
much, there'll be a
I'm gonna
bunch of
work on that material.
yeah. Yeah,
Uh,
but but the thing is, like,
but
I will
that'll
say
be like
this, man.
tomorrow.
Favor,
I hopped on the
favor.
stream because not because of the overland shit. Honestly, you guys can handle that yourselves. I don't really have a lot of notes regarding that. I do want to like chat about like the fucking. Before I start, am I coming up on the stream right now,
Yeah, you're
or can
on.
people fucking
I
hear me?
think you are,
Yeah, they
man.
can hear you.
Although you should know that Hogan's speech apparently was sick. Just that's what somebody says.
All right. Yeah.
Dude, I
Brother.
wonder if I just wonder if he ripped his shirt off. That's all I know. Did he rip his shirt off against 1989? Okay.
I wish he might have, honestly, because let's face it, as one of my friends famously said, the one upside to Trump winning in 2016 is that one day there will be a presidential library with a stripper pole and a 2-drink minimum.
Well, I will say I came on with like two main ideas in my head, and one has to do with like the what happened back on like what was it Saturday night was it, or was it Friday night or what? I remember I went into like work that day. I was just it's an hour before the tour, and I pulled up my phone, and it's like Donald Trump's in shot. I'm like, what the fuck? That may be the most insane uh, live in the moment catching historical event ever for me.
Yeah.
Uh, I bring that up mainly because I had this theory before that all happened that like and this is mainly based off of like what happened to Shinzo Abe, the guy that shot him, how he's basically become a folk hero. I was just assuming with how polarizing this shit has gotten in the U.S. that the next politician that gets shot, whether it's Trump, Biden, or some other guy, some other polarizing guy, next guy that gets shot, the shooter's going to have a statue. Like
So you think
that
it'll
was
be
my
like the
sentiment.
American Brutus?
Yeah, basically like half the country
Huh.
will like detest him while the other half is like gonna put the shooter in place of like whatever Lee statue's been taken down.
Well, I mean,
And
if you
I
think
thought that was gonna be the case, and then this happens, and turns out, oh wait, I forgot, we could have a shooter who's utterly brain dead.
well, a shooter who's
Like
completely unlikable, because I mean, what would you commemorate about Thomas Crook? Like, here are some of his cum-stained socks. I
basically,
mean, like
like all
here's a
the
nasty porno mag that he stole from his grandfather and hid under his bed. I mean, what kind of
yeah
objects will you venerate from a hero like this?
yeah like he's gotten shit talk because like apparently like stories come out that he joined a high school like gun club, but he got kicked out immediately because he was such a poor shot, the whole shooting itself, like if he actually shot and killed Trump and no one else, then I think I would have still been right in this case. Like people probably would have celebrated him or like made fun of him, but there would be more people actually like celebrating what he did. But the fact that he like just grazed Trump's ear and shot some dude and shot a couple people in the background that are basically no like common voters and shit. And also like Trump gets that whole photo op of him like standing in front of the American flag being dragged out with a fist raised and all that. Just which I it's maybe like the campaign defining like image right there. He like he just he just handed he just tried everything he could to hand Trump a picture on a silver platter. I'm like, okay, my theory's out the window. My theory's out the
Well,
fucking
the
window
thing
now.
is too, the people who were saying it's over because Trump, had the little moment where he was raising his fist like Rocky. They forget one very important thing about American politics, namely that Americans have zero attention span.
Yeah.
Because even though this might seem like a defining moment, I guarantee you it's not.
Yeah.
And the
Yep.
reason is because the campaign's about to reset because the Democrats are about to jerk Biden out. And
Yeah. Yeah.
so,
That's
because like if he had been doing that against Biden, it made no difference anyway because Biden was fucked. So the shooting
yeah.
made no
Maybe.
difference.
Yeah. It may just. Yeah. It may just fade into the background, which would be fucking insane.
Well, it would be. I
The
mean,
thing is,
but also I guess because Trump wasn't severely injured, um,
yeah.
it's not like say the iconic shooting of Teddy Roosevelt, who got up and kept trying to do his speech.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you
Yeah. That one.
Thankfully,
because like if you look at Trump and how he behaved, I mean, he did the little fist thing because he knew that it would be iconic, which was interesting. However, if you listen to the audio, he's just talking about his shoes the whole time, which I understand. I mean, it's a pretty normal reaction to focus on something random when you're in shock. I'm sure he was in shock and then he recovered to do the fist thing. But it's not as iconic as what happened with, say, Teddy Roosevelt.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, like, same deal with Teddy Roosevelt. Like, he gets shot, and you'd imagine, oh, he's gonna get so much momentum from that. Still loses. I mean, it's partially due to like the whole campaign split, but Wilson, like, he still wins that election, and I get the feeling that Biden's trying to like do what trying to do a repeat of that by being so civil with Trump and the victims and all that in the aftermath. Because I know like Wilson and Taft, they in solidarity just canceled their campaigns or like delayed their campaigns until Teddy recovered, just out of unity.
right, yeah. I guess that's
That
the
yeah,
standard way to deal with the problem at this point.
yeah, just not like yeah, rather than do what some people would think would be the obvious thing is just go ham on the shooter, like bring up uh, things have gone too far. We need to like do more civility. This the Republicans are courting crazy people or shit like that. They're not going to do that because they don't. Well, partly because it's probably not going to work, and also, but more so because it goes against the whole Biden thing of just the whole Democrat thing of just we're the party of civility against this evil entity known as Trump. We're not going to we're not going to like go we're going to pretend that we still have the high ground here uh
Yeah,
it's
and
tough
because
when you
like
do.
and when
literally the most insane thing I've ever heard is when there were some Democrats after the shooting. They're like, "Well, it's over. Let's fold up the tent. We're just gonna hand Biden the presidency." I mean, not Biden, but Trump, because it clearly we can't win now. He's just unbeatable, even though every
yeah,
poll says that a generic Democrat would trounce his ass. It's like
yeah,
it was like a dispatch from Bizarro World. So for about a week or
yeah,
so, I was convinced that literally everyone in the country had completely lost their mind.
yeah.
Because it'd be
There's
like
also
looking at some person who doesn't know how to box and saying, "Well, that's the greatest badass who ever won. There's no way that a prime Floyd Mayweather would have a chance against that guy."
Mm.
well, are you saying that Joe Biden is in the same mental capacity as Floyd Mayweather in his prime? Is that what
Um,
you're saying here?
I mean, he might be about at the same capacity as Muhammad Ali the day he died.
Yeah. Well, all right. Uh, I do want to like touch note on like because like in the media aftermath, there's whole conspiracy bullshit that people give, but because it happens every single assassination attempt. But like people were talking about how the heck did this guy get on top of a roof within sniping distance of the stage? Like, shouldn't that be in the purview of the Secret Service or whatever FBI agents that are protecting him? Turns out it was like what from what I heard, and I don't have a good source for this, but this is just something that been passed down to me from like through the grapevine. What I've heard is what actually happened was the FBI was supposed to be on top of the roof that the shooter took up. The problem they had was it was so hot out that they decided, you know what, let's not do our job. Let's just sit inside the AC. So when the shooter got on top of the roof, the Secret Service sniper uh, on the other side was looking over and was like, "Oh, that must be one of our guys." And then he starts shooting into the crowd. So that's why, that explains how he got as far as he did because the FBI thought it was too hot outside.
Well, Secret Service, but Yeah, partly too. I think it was because the building he was messing around the roof on was outside of their defined perimeter, so they didn't know if they had any legal authority to do something about somebody being on that roof.
Yeah.
And I get the
I mean,
impression that at
maybe.
a lot of rallies, people will get on roofs to, look at things from afar because you can hear pretty well if you're that high up. So they probably just assumed, okay, it's just some onlooker who wants to be a little separated from the crowd for whatever reason.
I mean, if he's carrying like a fucking probably a suitcase that looks like he could hold a gun in it, obviously you should have people there just to, like police
Right.
that shit.
Yeah, especially
Like
since
just
it should have been covered because it was only like 140 yards away, which is well within rifle distance. I mean, any
yeah,
rifle
yeah.
could hit
That's
at that
why
distance.
that's why I believe the story that I just relayed there, because that seems that makes sense. Like just not having that whole oversight thing turns out it's just normal incompetence, not some conspiracy or just like something wrong with like regulations. They're like the regulations are fine. It's just people supposed to carry them out are idiots.
Or sometimes it's not even just incompetence. Sometimes it's just circumstance. I mean, in this case, it was incompetence. I think you're right. But like, if you look at the RFK assassination, RFK decided to walk through a kitchen, like an industrial kitchen, to go to the bathroom or something, and they weren't covering that area. And I think they might have even told him not to go back there. He did it anyway. And then the guy who was his assassin had gotten lost and wasn't in the right place, happened to be there when RFK passed him, and that's how he got him. So
Yeah.
sometimes things just kind of work out in a way that is, I guess,
Yeah, there's a similar thing like that with Gabriel Princip as well. Um, no, your assassin, your would-be assassin for this one has strong Charles Guiteau energy.
yes. No, Gato's
Yeah,
way better though.
strong.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
no, no,
Guteau is far more entertaining than this guy.
yeah.
This guy just comes off as just a loser.
So did Guiteau.
At least Guteau, like Guteau's also a loser, but at least he's a eccentric loser.
Well, see,
At least he,
Gateau couldn't get laid at an orgy, but at least he attended the orgy and tried.
like this guy does. I mean, we don't. He's already dead now, so Crook doesn't have the chance to, before its execution, read out like a horrible poem in a high pitched child's voice.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think Charles Gateau though, I consider him to be one of the 10 greatest Americans of all time.
All I will say is, between speaking of Charles Couteau, that is a guy I would rather vote for rather than these two assholes. Honestly,
Probably, yeah, probably so. God, what's Charles? Is he gonna become like the new? Is he become like you get Elagabalus as your mascot on the Roman side, and we have Guiteau as the American mascot now?
Yes. No, I think so.
yeah, it has to be.
Also, can you
Like,
imagine?
who competes for that?
Can you imagine if Gateau wrote a really shitty poem every time he had a press conference to announce a new policy, and he would just like use the
Hell
refrain,
yeah.
like a refrain similar to "Oh lordy, lordy, oh lordy, lordy," and then talk about child health care credits or some shit.
Yeah, yeah. He does it in that high pitched voice, and this time around he actually has like support, so he's able to pay for a whole orchestra. Except the notes they play are basically sound like they're excerpts from Trout Mask Replica.
Yeah, well, the thing that would be great too about Gateau would be that because we live in a political climate where people will slavishly worship, at least the hardcore partisans will slavishly worship whoever their president or nominee is, there will be people pretending that Gateau is a fucking brilliant poet. Like a third of the country will argue with you and get in a fist fight defending his poetry.
All right, all right. That's my new goal. 2025. Once I get out of the, once I get out, once I can move out from Florida, my first goal is to figure out how to raise Charles Guiteau from the dead and make him run for president. That's what I'm going to do
I
next
mean, I
time
feel
around.
like we could easily find a Gateau replacement. I think if we just search enough coffee shops, within like 20 coffee shops, we'll have a new Gateau.
Yeah. I know. I've met Guiteau in the French Quarter for sure, having a drink.
Yeah, yeah. You're right. Those French Quarter bars. There's got to be at least like one Gateau out every single night.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Charles Guiteau. You'll find him in the Abbey or oh god, what's oh man, it's a terrible one. Oh, there's Backspace Bar. I believe that's the one they have the pictures like Hemingway on the walls. He'll be in that one, you know.
I know who would be the perfect Gateau. My sister was an English major, and she would sometimes be in class with a lot of those like pretentious, stereotypical English majors, like the ones who'd have the little moleskin notebooks. And one of them tried to hit on her, and then his introduction to her is, "I'm really into feet." If we can find that guy, that is our Gateau.
Fuck.
I do I do think that the assassination attempt is a big deal for a lot of reasons. Um, just say Trump, played the photo op perfectly, you know, and also this makes him look strong in a way that he didn't in 2020. Like during the all the George Floyd stuff for people on the right, he looked weak. He gave them exactly what they wanted with this thing. And that picture of him, thumping his fist, American flag in the back, you're going to be seeing that photo the rest of your life. Now, I'm not saying you're going to see it as much as flag raising at Iwo Jima or, the USS Arizona on fire, but you're going to see that image for the rest of your life. All right. That's just too perfectly framed, okay? For one thing.
Yeah, it was very
And
reminiscent of Rocky. Like the Secret Service guys looked like the refs surrounding him after the match.
yeah, I didn't even think of that. Good point, man. Yeah, there's definitely some yelling Adrian energy there, right?
But he
And
was just yelling about his fucking shoes.
I mean, whether or not Trump is going to win, I know there's a variety of people, my brother included, who say that he is going to. Um, and I've been pretty wrong about a lot of things on this election cycle. My gut says that he is. I do know that this entire thing has done him a lot of favors. We mentioned things about Democrats with civility. I mean, you could say that in the Bush years and the Obama years, but it'd be hard to do that in the Trump years. The number
Yeah.
of people, on TV or articles being like, like Trump and the plot against America, Trump's a Putin agent, Trump's bringing in fascism, Trump's the second coming of Mustache Man. I mean, it's America has, of course, had some over the top rhetoric about its political opponents before. We can go right down the list on those. So, political campaigns in America, some presidential campaigns are none of them are nice, right? But some of them are like more civil than others. What's happened with Trump, I don't necessarily say unprecedented. I think maybe the amount of resistance he got as president, maybe, possibly. But I would say that the campaign rhetoric used against him 2016, 2020, and all the way up into this definitely ranks among the most ugly I've ever seen. Um, I don't know. Democrats, if saying that the party is civility, I mean, that's really 2008. That's those
Yeah.
days are gone, man.
No, I don't think anybody honestly gives a shit about civility.
Yeah. Yeah. Except for, of
Yeah.
course, the Democratic Party, uh, the DNC at this point, because
The
it's
talking
all really that
heads,
matters.
the talking heads on TV, and then my ex-girlfriend's dad are pretty much the only demographic interested in civility.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I mean, I prefer it personally.
Well, it's
You know, uh,
preferable to what we have now, but like if you had to list out your top five issues, would it make the cut?
no.
No.
Well, there you
But
go.
also, I also think that people's idea of civility. I think one of the reasons why people were. I mean, and you get a lot less now. But I think when really people were really pining for civility, to understand they had dealt with decades of civility. Your late 40s to your early 1990s, relatively speaking, is civil. Doesn't mean that 1980 was a dirty. Was 1980 was definitely a more negative one, which made it stand out all the more, right?
Right.
I mean, 1984. That's about as hunky dory as it gets, right? So, I think also people like they got used to it. They got spoiled in a lot of ways, you
Yeah.
know, and So I think in the case of somebody like Biden, it's this idea of like, take the temperature down. But I mean, if you're running around saying, Trump's going to end democracy, I mean, of course, some idiot's going to try to shoot him
Well, the thing
eventually.
is, like, the guy who
Or
tried to
sometimes
shoot
truth comes
him
along.
apparently was fairly conservative.
I've heard stuff for that all over the place.
Well,
That he
Oh
registered
yeah,
as
oh
a
yeah. The details that we have right now are just so fucking schizophrenic, man.
well, partly
Like
this is not a guy.
he's registered he's registered
yeah.
Republican. But he donated money to Biden's inauguration thing. Uh,
It's all over
uh,
the place.
Yeah,
yeah,
but
basically
also
all over the fucking place. We don't know a lot of details on this guy
heard
yet.
something
That's probably
about
coming soon.
when he was in high school. Apparently, they do a thing where it's like, okay, so if you agree with this stance, go on that side, or if you agree with the other stance, go on the other side. And apparently, he sided with the right wing position on literally every issue in his high school government class or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Opinions could have changed since high school. People are pretty fluid at that age.
true. But I mean, he was only 20. He
I,
wasn't very far removed from high school.
I don't know. I saw a lot of people at around 18 to 20 change your mind quite a bit. I'm not calling him either way, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Yeah,
he also had mental
I don't know a
illness.
ton
To be
about him.
fair.
Yeah, once again, we're going with Gateau energy here, okay?
Yeah, no, I think you're
Right?
right. I mean, that's the thing is like I have seen some people try to make arguments about his ideology. The thing about crazy people is they don't really have an ideology, at least not in a meaningful sense.
Yeah, and once you keep in mind too, I mean, a failed assassination attempt. I mean, the one with Franklin Roosevelt is a bit forgotten, um, and that guy whose name I forget, he killed Cermak, who's the mayor of president, right? But he shot at Franklin Roosevelt right before he became president. This is going. I mean, Franklin Roosevelt was going to get a lot done anyway, but now he's really going to get a lot done, you know. And make no mistake about it, has this determined that Trump is going to like win the election or anything? No, but he's definitely gained votes. No doubt about that.
There have been polls as of either today or yesterday that show no change in the election after
I've
the
seen ones on the
shooting.
opposite. I think he's going to get some votes on that one, man. And more important than that, his base is very, very happy and motivated, right? And 2020, people came out and voted, but just because you're voting doesn't mean you're a motivated base, right? Like, oh, like the 2016, a lot of people voted for Hillary, but I remember people who voted for Obama also saying that they were being called up, that they were motivated, they were volunteering, and they just weren't doing that with Hillary, and Hillary was doing no outreach to begin with. So just because people are going to vote for you doesn't mean they're necessarily a motivated voting base. And you should keep that in mind too. This is a
Yeah.
major morale boost to his people.
Well, it is in the
Don't downplay
context
the
of
importance
running
of it.
against Biden. The thing is, like, so normally, because I saw somebody in the comments talk about how, and I pointed this out myself before, the problem with generic ballots and generic candidates from a party is that, once you actually put somebody up, they have lived an
Yeah.
actual life, they have their actual stances. Granted, the thing is, we've seen Biden as president, we've seen Trump as president. We know for a fact both of them suck at being president. You put any other candidate against one of them, and there's at least a chance they don't suck.
Mm-hmm.
That in itself is enough to make me think this is still far from over and far from decided.
Giving
Yeah.
edge to Trump, because the other problem too is the, the Trump years had their problems. The Biden years have just been worse for people.
Yeah, I'll say this. I've seen no real energy behind Biden. Right. Like whenever I talk about Biden in circles of friends that I know are pro Democrat, pro liberal, and all that shit, that all lean that way. They all shit talk Biden. Or at best they will just say, I'll put up with it. But like, and they were saying this back in 2021. Like they were defeated after he won. Like
Yeah.
Trump's hated, but he has a base. I don't think Biden has a base that's loyal to him.
I mean, maybe he's. Yeah, you're right. He doesn't have a base. I was gonna try to make a joke about like dementia patients or something like that, but no, there's no base for Biden.
Yeah,
No, and the question we were answering earlier about Joe Biden. I mean, Jill Biden. Of course, she has a ton of influence. His family does, and Joe Biden does have a very loyal cadre of advisors that he's cultivated over the years. Joe Biden's always been good at rewarding loyalty. This is true. This is one of his strong suits as a politician. So his base is essentially a bunch of insiders, really.
Well, it's interesting
Algebra
too.
based.
He's kind of like his specialty has been getting people who aren't quite on the inside. So like the sort of perceived super elite of the party around Hillary and Obama. He's kind of gotten like the people who didn't quite make it into that favored circle for whatever reason, whether they didn't go to a quite prestigious enough school or whether they just socially didn't go along with them, whatever it might be. But he's collected that group. That's sort of
Yes,
the
he
Biden
also
circle.
keep in mind too that in the Senate he was a broadly well liked person as well. So even if somebody wasn't an ally, he didn't have a lot of haters either. He wasn't attracting enemies in the same way some of those people are.
Right.
I'm gonna step out real quick. I'll be right back. Okay.
All right.
all right.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I think I think the thing with Biden is I actually think I mean obviously he's been undermined by his condition in the last few years, but I actually don't think he was ever a viable candidate outside of the context of 2020. And the reason I say
Yeah,
that
I
is
have to
because
agree with that. Yeah,
he tried to run in 1988, got nowhere. He tried to run in 2008, and people don't even remember he ran because he did so poorly. In fact, the only person I know who liked his 2008 run was our friend Michael, who's been on the stream before. Michael was really impressed by some of his answers at an Iowa caucus. But aside from that, nobody else is aware of the fact that he existed in 2008 as a presidential candidate. Because that's how well he did. Um, so,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Fuck, I forgot what I was even gonna say on that shit. Uh, I, I lost my train of thought. God damn it! This happens when it it's just baffling, this whole situation we're in. I have a strong opinion on recent assassination attempt and all that. I think that the assassination attempt may have helped keep Biden in the race in some way, at least briefly, momentarily.
Yeah, I think it bought
Because
him a
before
week.
that, yeah, at bottom a week, I'd say.
Because
But it was
actually, the
like
reporting
before
is
what?
the reporting is that like what happened is they had a horrific meeting with the donors the same day as the assassination attempt, and a lot of them were planning on either announcing that day or the next day that they were done with Biden, and then when that
Yeah,
happened, they're like, "Well, let's hold up just a second."
yeah. Because how weak can you look if your opponent gets assassinated? Well, has an assassination attempt on him, and you replace the guy that you're trying to run against him. Like, like the weakness position is like the main reason why they've been so reluctant to take down Biden after everything. But I'd say that uh, like there's a higher like it was less severe than it was in the moment after Trump got shot. I was like, when it happened, I thought for a moment, oh God, Biden's gonna have to run. Jesus.
See, I didn't think that when it happened. So when I first heard about it, that it was going on or that it happened, I looked it up to see if it was fatal or not because I had no idea. I'd only heard. Actually, I'd gone out that night and I'd heard somebody make a comment about Trump getting shot, and I assumed it was just like a joke. I didn't know it actually happened. And then I looked it up, and I'm like, okay, so this did happen, and it failed. So I'm like, okay, well, that's a lot less interesting than the alternative. Because I'm pretty sure what might have happened if Trump had been killed is that then Biden would have stayed in the race or been more likely to stay in the race. at least for a little bit, until the Republicans put up somebody who didn't have Trump's baggage, and then the polls were abysmal, and then I thought they might try to pull him literally at the convention. And that would create enough
Yeah.
chaos that it would give the Republicans an advantage. Or you have two fresh, quote unquote, fresh candidates, both chosen by their party insiders, but the Republicans would have more momentum because they'd be, talking about Trump as a martyr. Anyway, so I was sort of like, as I was looking this stuff up, I was having all kinds of like scenarios play out in my head before I realized, oh, he got his ear clipped. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I will say it. It's really like just so fucked up, the situation that the DNC is in, and it's entirely their fucking fault at this point. Like because the complaint is that there's no obvious guy to step up to run for president in Biden's stead because Biden and Kamala suck. Well, that's mainly because the DNC has spent the last two elections fucking over everyone other than the guys that they wanted in office, and
Right.
now they've reduced themselves to just Kamala and Biden.
Right,
They
and the thing
they
is, like,
they
if you remember in 2020, like, it was pretty clear by the way they set things up and created media narratives that Kamala was their number one option for 2020.
yeah
But then she face
yeah it
planted.
was just
And then, like, the,
yeah
the preferred backups like Pete and Kirsten Gillibrand, and even then, like, the second tier backups like Amy Klobuchar, I mean, all of them failed spectacularly. And then they were left with, like, the last line of defense, Joe Biden, because he got the name recognition. So then they backed him and then put Kamala as his VP. And then she was put in charge of a key issue, immigration. She fucked up royally. So now she's unviable. And they're afraid of offending black women, who are a core constituency of the party, especially for activism. What they don't realize, though, is that most black voters don't give a shit about Kamala Harris because a lot of black voters are really concerned about being DDoS, direct descendant of slavery, which Kamala Harris is not. So the sort of pure American black experience is not something Kamala Harris speaks to at all.
It's also the fact that she's caught by trade, so she's already not liked by the black community for that. It's very funny. Like the one part of the 2020 debate that I actually cared for, because by that point I just given up on caring about the whole situation. 2020, like stopped caring about whatever politics was. Was the only memory I have of the 2020 debates for the Democratic primaries was Tulsi Gabbard tearing Kamala to shreds of her like policies as district attorney in California or some shit. Uh, and like immediately after she leaves the race, and I was like, oh, this Tulsi Gabbard lady looks like perfect candidate here. Then she immediately like falls out of the race too.
Yeah. I was actually a little bit surprised that Tulsi wasn't in the running to be a Trump VP pick, just because I thought he might try to pick somebody who would steal some votes from the Democrats.
Yeah. It's still shocking to me that to this day we haven't seen anyone on the left try to like pull the Trump shtick, but from their angle, like they've so hardline. The left's gone so hardline against Trump, or at least the Democratic Party has, that they've basically made sure that all the main candidates, all the main options, are these civilized, these super civil, stuffy people that just won't just go off like Trump will. That won't,
Who's that?
ruffle feathers.
Who's that
I think
UAW
very
guy? You remember the UAW guy who's made waves lately? Sean Fain.
I don't think I heard UA.
Yeah, Sean Fain, if he were to somehow enter politics, I don't get the impression he's interested in that at all. But if he were to, that guy would fucking annihilate Trump or any other Republican right now. Simply because he talks about workers' rights in a way that no elected Democrat can.
Also, yeah, I don't know, Luke. on the one hand, I mean, Democrats are the party of the managerial class, PMCs they call them. So I think that precludes that for one thing. But also, I mean, they make some pretty lunatic speeches, if you ask me. I mean, Biden's whole MAGA Republicans thing with the red lights in the back, that was out there, man. You know, that was out there. Uh, so,
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't really see a particular cool down of rhetoric or even that much decorum on both sides. I do think that, being the party of managers, that the Democrats portray themselves as the smartest people in the room. And I think that worked out for him for a while. I don't really think it works as much right now, you know.
yeah. I think at a
Um,
certain point that was sort of in vogue as kind of a form of edgy comedy, kind of being just a dismissive smartass.
Oh yeah, the smug liberals, the Bill Maher. I hated that. I hate that era so
Well,
much
the
now.
thing is, like, Bill
Jesus.
Maher is less liberal, but probably more smug than ever, and he's still popular somehow. Even though I feel like he's kind of the antithesis of the moment we live in.
I mean, he's been around for a while. He definitely has people who like him. Like I know a few friends who like really like him because yeah, one of the things people do like about him is that he will tell both sides to fuck off, and the appetite for that is more narrow than it was before, but there is still an appetite for that. And also, Bill Maher does have good delivery.
So the thing about Bill Maher, I remember my ex I dated in Kentucky. You knew her, was really
Yeah.
into Bill Maher. So anytime I'd hang out with her, we'd have to watch that. And back then, especially, I was more friendly to the Democratic Party than I am now. And so I find myself agreeing with what Bill Maher was saying. And yet I still wanted to see one of the guests just smack the absolute shit out of him.
Yeah, you know what's the thing though is that Bill Maher always gives off the energy of he knows this and he's just going to lean into it.
True. I mean, and he does have a
You
very
know?
punchable face, too.
Like that's there is a bit of a self-effacing quality the guy has. I like him. I'm not a big fan though, but I like him.
See,
And also
I've
he's
heard
been
in real
around.
life he's like super shy and kind of retreating. So in real life, he's actually very different than his on-screen persona.
Oh, I wouldn't. Oh, yeah, not surprised about
So
that.
apparently, like when he's
Yeah.
on screen, he really puffs it up and plays like the super cool, well-adjusted comedian type. And then when he's in private, he's just very soft-spoken and a
Oh
180
yeah.
degree difference, which is weird, but because usually it'd be hard for somebody who is naturally that calm to didn't come off as that much of a dickhead. I don't know.
Well, some of a lot of that is going to be performance, of course, and also the way you interact with the stage is going to be different than interacting with people, and then how many people you're interacting with as well. You know,
Yeah.
um, I was a really good public. I mean, I am a good public speaker, but I was when I was shy and retiring, and I was a very even when I was shy and retiring when I was younger, I was a very good public speaker. It just feels good to be on stage,
No, I know what you mean.
So yeah, I
I
mean, there's a certain juice to that. And
yeah.
then I mean, there's just other. By the same token, I know people who are, very sociable and socialize in some things. You make them have them give a speech, and they just collapse.
Yeah, so I had that
You know,
experience because I tend to be more on the shy side, but I can speak in public, I guess because I've taught so many times. My mom's the opposite. Like
Mhm.
she can't shut up in private. But if you were to put a microphone in her
Yeah.
hand, she would turn red and not be able to utter a word.
Mhm.
So,
But those things stick out to us because it's not common. Usually, one goes with the other one. Shy
yes.
people are not good at public speaking. Yeah. But I can totally, if having lived it myself for years, I can totally see why that would be the case. But once again, I'm not a big fan of Bill Maher, but I get the appeal. I think there is also this wink wink he has of like, yes, I know you want to punch my face.
Yeah, see,
you
also,
know?
I am a fan of young Bill Maher back when he was making movies like Pizza Man in the early 90s.
Oh yeah.
And ironically, do you know who was in
Pizza
charge of
Man.
the American political system in the early 90s according to the movie? Like, who was behind Reagan
Wait,
and
say again.
Thatcher and all the other powers that
It
be
wasn't
from
Trump,
there?
was it?
It was Donald motherfucking Trump, yes. He was the guy pulling all the strings back then, according to the movie Pizza Man.
Wow.
Okay. I've never heard of this fucking movie before. Is it worth watching at all,
Yes,
or
absolutely.
is it
Even though
just?
I just spoiled the end, it is still worth watching.
I
All right,
gotta
I'm
check
And
it
gonna
out.
I'm gonna drag my buddies in and say, hey, you want to watch this random obscure movie?
there's another
For
part
no
I
reason
won't
particular.
there's another part I won't spoil, but suffice it to say that it is probably the worst sex scene you can imagine walking in on in terms of the two people involved. Let's put it that way.
I'm writing down. I'm writing down. I'm gonna put Pizza Man on the to watch thing. Now that we have that for movies, just a quick aside. Once again, if anybody, I do highly recommend that everybody watch Barry
Fuck, I think I'm
Lyndon,
disconnected.
free on YouTube. Watch Barry Lyndon. Okay. All right.
Barry
We got here.
Lyndon. Okay.
Barry Lyndon. Yeah. I mean, it's it's 3 hours, but it's beautifully shot. Great music. Excellent story. Also, the slow, deliberate pace. Somebody said that it seems better now because the world's so socially frantic that just watching it is calming. But yeah,
So
Pizza Man. All right,
so
send this fucker in.
I was just thinking of the decline and the quality of rhetoric that we've
Mm.
seen over the last really 50 years, but especially the last 10 to 20. And that actually inspired me. I'm
I
actually in the middle of writing an essay right now. And partly I was inspired to write all this shit because you were telling me about your essay collection. So I actually will have something that I'm going to be posting on Patreon within the next week or so, which is a lengthy essay defending the role of the humanities and its necessity to have a functioning democracy.
mm.
But
Well,
the
hey,
whole point.
Bill Maher. It was in DC Cab, so I definitely got to check Pizza Man out. But anyway, no, the decline in rhetoric. I would say a decisive one I remember reading about was Senator Byrd in the 1980s was known for giving speeches where he would be making references to Plutarch and shit. Like no lie. Like he was making classical history references. And I haven't read this thing in ages, but I heard them saying that when he was making this kind of speeches before, people were like, "Oh, this is great. This is erudite." And also, John F. Kennedy very much was played up the idea that he was at one time was a scholar. John F. Kennedy wanted to be a history professor at one point. Then his dad said, "No, you're going to be in politics." In the 1980s, the people in the Senate floor were rolling their eyes and making jokes about it, especially the boomers who were coming in, the Atari Democrats, those types.
Yeah.
You know, to them, this was just hot air and stupidity. I would say decisively 1980s, because you look at the way Jimmy Carter spoke to people. Um, he did speak to people like they were adults. Whatever you want to say for the guy.
Yeah. Now, Carter, I actually found Carter to be pretty eloquent.
Yeah, and actually, I would say H.W. Bush wasn't a great public speaker, but he also did talk to people like they were adults as well. Not all the time, but sometimes, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I would say,
HW was dorky, but he did have a pretty respectable vocabulary.
yeah, Reagan and Bill Clinton, presidential wise, are responsible for that dumbing down, and also just people rolling their eyes at Byrd, like the reactions people had to Senator Byrd before, where the reactions to those historical references decline significantly over time.
Yeah.
And the nosedive, though, comes with Bush Jr.
Yeah, exactly. And he made Obama sound like the second coming of Stephen Douglas and Abraham Lincoln if they were to merge into one, just because of the
Yeah.
relative contrast.
And the thing about it, Obama, too, I tell people is that Obama, the presentation was superb. Great person to give him a speech. The actual speeches themselves there's not much to them. They're, they're, they are not at a high reading level. They're just very well delivered.
Yes. No, he's got the
Yeah.
cadence, he's got a good voice, and he just has a certain kind of relaxed charisma. He just seems like he's in command of
Mhm.
himself and knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
And it just
No,
works.
but this isn't like, you're going to reach the height of people who know how to deliver a speech, right? You're going to have like Abraham Lincoln, where you have not only good presentation, but the words, of course, are amazing.
Well,
Right?
see, I've heard with Lincoln that his presentation actually wasn't that great. It was just that like it, you would think it'd be great, but the words themselves are moving and intelligent and well thought out. But apparently his delivery was maybe not the best.
Okay. Be fair on that one. I've read it both ways. I think with Lincoln, it also might have been a case of who are you talking to. Like soldiers reacted very well to his speeches, like the way he gave them. Um, that's commented on even by people who didn't like Lincoln. John Gibbon, William Tecumseh Sherman.
Oh,
Well,
really?
Sherman liked Lincoln more towards the end, but neither Gibbon nor Sherman liked Lincoln. But in both of their writings, they say that when he came to speak to the soldiers, they could see that he connected with them in a way that other politicians just didn't. So I think also it would depend on audience as well.
Well, see, the thing is, like, if you think about it, remember, you've all seen the movie Idiocracy, right? Because I know
Of course.
somebody mentioned
Yeah.
Camacho in the comments earlier. But I'm pretty sure if Lincoln were to give the Gettysburg Address, like if it were an unknown speech, a brand new speech, people today would look at each other and say, "What the fuck was that? What just happened? What is a score? What's happening?"
Jesus Christ.
Because they're used to Trump. Like, if you read a Trump speech, you can't make sense of it unless he speaks it. There's no way, unless you understand the Trump cadence perfectly, you can't make the words that he actually says sound like real English. Because if you just read it, like if you had a computer read it off a screen, it's going to come off as complete gibberish. So I am amazed at his ability to take word salad and make it sound like an actual person talking. It's actually truly incredible because if you were to just read a transcript of what he said and just read it in a monotone, you would get nothing out of it. It'd be quite literally incomprehensible.
I just hate everything that's happened over the last few, like, basically my entire life. I think every single president that I have had to live through, I think every single one of them deserves to be put on trial. Every single fucking one of them.
I agree.
Whether it's be for like
Yeah.
sexual misconduct in like the cases of Clinton and Trump, or just war crimes in the case of basically all of them, or 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 actively going on your way to fuck with the American people.
Well, see,
Bush especially, but but like just general incompetence and all this. This is the life I lived. The first time I could actually vote for a president was 2020, and what were my options? Biden or Trump.
yeah,
This is the two. This is the best you guys could have come up with. And,
yeah.
Oh,
and I'm
man.
forced to vote for this.
No, I know what you
And
mean.
I didn't. I
It's,
didn't vote that year. I did not vote for either of these fuckers.
I mean,
I've never voted once in my fucking life
I came
so
to
far.
I came
My
of
life-
age. I came of age right before the 2004 election, which
Oh.
is the one that South Park famously parodied as a douche and a turd.
Yeah,
And
accurate.
you know, because I remember Kerry did not make at all clear what his differences were with Bush unless you went to his fucking website. And back then, he was under the impression that it's 2004. People will totally go to the website because that's cutting edge. So he'd say, "Go to my website to read about my policy." And I was thinking, so I'm 18. I'm not going to fucking do that. I know my parents and grandparents aren't going to do that. Who the fuck are you doing this for?
John Kerry was also, and Democrats in general in 2004 are in a precarious position because the Iraq War is starting to unravel, but hasn't fully unraveled yet. So the best they can say, what Kerry was saying is, "I'll do a better job than Bush,"
Yeah.
which I nod along was like, "Yes, you actually would."
Yeah, because
You know?
anybody would. But also,
Right, but the thing also about Bush though, just on my end, is that um, I was catching on at that time the stench of idiocy and incompetence within the White House before a lot of people around me. So you're right about John Kerry, but I don't know what Democrat would have done great. And keep it in mind too, that was a close election.
no, it was.
That was not easy. It was, I mean, you know,
And I think part of it,
yeah.
you
I
can
don't
even
think-
attribute it to
I think
fucking.
given the cards he's played. Go ahead, man.
Oh, I think well, you got delayed for a second, and it kind of all came in at once. But
Well,
uh,
no, just a point of disagreement with us is that I don't think John Kerry actually ran a bad campaign. I think he's in a very difficult position, you know. But that being said, I don't want to re-legislate 2004. That's long gone, you know.
yeah, so the
No,
more I
the
think about it, the
go
more
ahead, man.
I'm convinced that even with the mistakes I believe he made, if it hadn't been for the Swift Boat Veterans for Truth, which was, yeah, it's been openly admitted at this point, a complete and total fabrication and just pure smear job. I think by Kerry might have actually edged him out.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. I do want to like make a note. This is a bit odd, but I'll just bring it up. I remember back in 2021, after like the election, I visited my grandparents' place, and they try to like get me to tell them who I voted for back in 2020. And I told them that I didn't vote for either side, they got pissed at me for just not involving myself like I should in politics. Of course, they wanted me to vote Republican and pro Trump because they're fucking brain dead at this point. But still, and then I was like, okay, listen, if uh, if between now and 2035, when I turn 35 and can run for president, if between then and now I vote for a presidential candidate that I support genuinely instead of just hating the other guy enough to vote for the other dude, then I will run for president on my own. Thinking that in that time frame, that one of the two sides is gonna smart enough and actually runs decent human being that actually wants to help this country instead of two idiots. But no, I am now dead dead set. I am pretty certain. I know it's like 12 years in advance, but I'm now absolutely certain that I'm going to have to run for president in 2035. Wish me fucking luck.
Yeah.
You have been wished luck, sir.
The,
I'd like to say this one, and then I want to ask you all about the Vance pick. But and keep in mind too, like we're saying, like Trump's an idiot. In a lot of ways, he is, right? But he's smart and people he ran against in the primary in 2016.
He was
I mean,
smart in the
he,
sense of being able to pick out their weaknesses and expose them. I mean, he did. He had
but
a
also
genius for
he's
that.
he essentially looked at the poll numbers and said, okay, they want this, and they don't want that. Okay, that's what he did.
And then he'd tell
That's,
people that
I
was
mean,
what
you're
he was
right.
doing in his speeches. He'd be like, "Well, it looks like you guys want that. I'm for that too. Isn't that amazing? Isn't
I
that
mean, look,
tremendous?"
I'm in no way an Ann Coulter fan. Okay, in fact, you mentioned Swift boat stuff. She mentioned that recently and said that the Swift boat people were right. I'm like, okay, lady, you gone a little over the deep
I
end,
mean,
like you said,
fucking
smear
this.
job.
The people in charge of it have come out and
Uh,
said, "Yeah, we said that shit because we're Republicans and we wanted to see Bush keep the White House." None of it's actually
I know,
true. I mean, they all said that. They've admitted to it. It's like that's crazy that
wait,
she'd
wait, wait.
defend that.
Who's
what
still
I'm
defending
saying
it?
is, well, no, I agree with you, man. What I'm saying is that Ann Coulter is very right about this
Oh,
thing.
all right.
No. When it comes to Donald Trump, she has his number. And whenever she's like, let me tell you about Trump, like, I'm going to listen. She has his number. And she said for 2016, she's like, literally all he did was look at what polled well, and that's what he said. What
Yeah,
a
I think
genius
that's
move. Who the hell knew you could do that? So I mean, Trump is an idiot. Yeah, but do you think his opponents are smart in 2016?
no. Hillary ran a
And
horrific campaign. Yeah, that being said,
well,
it is interesting
and in the
because Trump
case,
always talks about not being a politician, but honestly, I think he's a very natural politician. I think he's far better at being a politician than he ever was at business or anything else he was involved in terms of just knowing
yeah,
how to
well,
play to crowds and that kind of shit. That's what he's good at. That's what he does.
he's always been good at that. He's a showman. And the other one I go with is where we might say Biden's an idiot, and maybe, but in the end, Joe Biden did exactly what you need to do as a Democrat: sew up South Carolina. South Carolina determines who's the Democratic nominee.
See,
Not
actually,
Iowa,
when
not New
you were in the
Hampshire.
bathroom, I actually think Biden is a fundamentally unviable candidate even in his prime because if you look at his overall track record, He ran in 1988. He got caught lying about graduating first from law school or whatever the fuck it was.
And some other stuff.
Yeah,
They
failed
like
miserably.
what was that? He
Oh,
also
oh,
was
oh,
like copying people's speeches.
Yeah, he
oh,
stole,
yeah, I remember that
plagiarized.
clip from Johnny Carson. Do you ever fucking watch that? Johnny Carson, he brought that up on one of his stand-ups on a show one night, and and he ended the bit by saying that Biden gave a speech to his staff saying, "There's nothing to fear but fear itself."
Yeah.
It's
uh,
such a great
and,
clip.
and I was telling Luke too, like in 2008, I mean, most people don't remember that Biden ran for the nomination because that's how well he did. So,
Yeah,
so I
no,
mean,
he
like he's not a. I don't think he is a very strong candidate. Also, you look at 2020. Think about all the people the Democratic Party wanted ahead of him. So Kamala was obviously their golden child, and then after that, you
and
have your
she's the
second
worst.
tier of Pete and Kirsten Gillibrand. Then you have your other backups like Klobuchar, and then there was people they didn't invite like Bloomberg and Delaney. And then you have Biden as like the okay, we know he's got name recognition, but fuck. I mean, we'll go with him if we
Yeah.
have to, but we're really hoping it's not going to come to that.
No, he look, he won. He understood you win the South Carolina primary. He won it decisively. People thought that Bernie was gonna like lose, but like lose respectably. I got his clock cleaned. Uh, there's other candidates you mentioned. I mean, it's kind of a similar thing with Trump, where I'm like, wait. Like Harris, Buttigieg, all those people, they were worse than Biden as candidates,
They were because
right? They had
they're all from the finger jab school of politics.
it major liabilities. So as much as we want to criticize Trump and Biden in this regard, and yeah, they have lots of problems. They're both bad presidents, but at the same time, the people that they've defeated to get to where they are, a lot of times are worse and dumber, from what I can see.
They're definitely dumber in the sense of not being good at politics. In terms of like if you were to give them a trivia quiz, I think they'd probably kick his ass. So I guess it depends on how we define being dumb.
Okay, but you get what I'm trying
No,
to
I get what
say.
you're saying though. Like when it comes to purely politics, yes.
You don't really have options here. Like it isn't like Biden and Trump beat like the best man. Okay, and I know you and I we like Bernie Sanders a lot, but you know Bernie Sanders um, was the only one who I would say that I could maybe say that for. But even in the case of Bernie Sanders, lots of mistakes on his part. You know, and not just that, but Bernie Sanders has this idea that he's going to change the Democratic Party from within and trying to make buddy buddy with people. I'm like, this just isn't working.
Joe,
Bernie did not play hardball in the end.
Joe, you're my friend, and we've always respected each other in the Senate, and I believe we're going to work together, and we're going to transform this country in a way that's fundamentally about the working men and women of America. So let's join hand in hand, or with gloves on because it's still COVID, and we're going to make that a reality.
Gloves on. You're thinking of that Sanders thing at the inauguration where he's like folding his arms and stuff.
Yeah, because he was an old dude who was cold. But I did like
Yeah,
how that became a cutout. I've seen a number of people who have
yeah,
gotten a
I've seen
cutout
that
of
too.
that and left it on their porch or something. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. I'd say honestly, I'd say that image may be the great summation of how Democrat voters felt getting Biden into office.
And also the amount of movement that they did
Yeah,
because
you're
they just
right.
mailed in their ballots. They didn't show up anywhere. They were sitting on their couch like, okay, I guess I'm gonna check off the box for Biden here and mail the fuck in. Then I'm gonna watch some Netflix.
Yeah.
Reminds me of image wise. This picture, this good shot of Roman Polanski in The Tenant, where he's just like in the cold, folded with his big jacket on, just looking despondent. That's a good movie. I haven't seen it either. The Tenant from like 1976. But anyway, you guys want to do JD Vance real quick so we can close this out?
Yeah, let's look at Mr. Vance from Ohio. I
Now
remember
I
when.
called it wrong. I thought it was going to be the woman who kills dogs.
Yeah,
I thought
Kirsty
that's what he was going
Noem.
to go with.
Well, yeah, because I mean,
Yeah,
There you
there have
go.
been a lot of rumors that Trump might want to bang her.
Mm.
yeah.
I didn't realize JD Vance was only 39. Holy shit!
Yeah,
Oh, wow, so he's only
it's our
2 years
first.
older than I am.
Is that a first millennial to achieve this? Um, yeah, 3 years older than me. This is our first millennial to go this high up in politics.
Also, he looks way more like Zach Galifianakis than I realized. Because I was gonna make a Zach Galifianakis joke going into this, but it's way more obvious than I thought.
God,
He looks like a. You guys watch YouTuber Wendigoon at all? I feel like he looks to me like Wendigoon if his face was just melted, like a wax statue of Wendigoon, his face melted.
I'm not sure who that is.
He's a YouTuber known for like talking about conspiracy theories and shit and the horror stuff. Pretty cool dude.
okay.
I highly recommend his channel.
So so I thought it was gonna be Dog Killer. Um, I I don't know the inside scoop on things. My gut says that Trump decided to go with Vance. Vance definitely went ahead of the pack after the assassination, but I could be wrong on that. That's just what my gut says. Hmm.
Yeah, he looks a little like Wendigoon. Although I think you're right. He's like a less handsome Wendigoon.
Yeah, I think I'll just say my 2 cents because I think I have the least to say about him, about Vance in this case, because I know fuck all about this dude. It feels like this is just him choosing a guy that looks like a mini Trump. Essentially, he's supposed to be his own Kamala Harris, basically the guy he's supposed to groom to be his successor, except despite obvious issues between the two. Because back because I the one thing I know about him was that back in the day, apparently Vance back in 2016 was anti-Trump and openly called him America's Hitler.
Yeah. Yeah, I know a lot of people think, oh, that's going to be his downfall. He spoke shit about Trump. Here's the thing, though. I've noticed there is one quality the Republican Party voters have that is either scary or enviable, depending on how you look at it. And that is that they have a Borg like ability to assimilate and move forward. So now that he's on board, this will all be forgiven and forgotten. And this is never
Yeah.
going to be brought up again within Republican circles after maybe like next week.
I don't really. I don't know. I think that I don't know if Republicans have that special. I mean, necessarily. I mean, Kamala Harris went after Joe Biden pretty hard in the debates, and they seem to forget about that.
Yeah, well, I guess they're talking about party loyalists. I guess they all kind of have some Borg-like traits.
Yeah, I got a point
There's
there.
like a third of the country either way who just they worship their political leaders.
But also think about everything that's happened since 2016. How far away does 2016 feel to you?
It feels like it was decades ago.
Yeah, so there you go. You know, JD Vance, a different man. Then I read his book because there was a place I was staying at just had a copy in like 2017. So I was like, all right, I'll read it. You know, got to pull up the review of it actually. No, I think what you have here in some ways is kind of an Al Gore pick, where the idea is to make sure your own base feels secure with you, and a bit of a double down as well. Because the common criticism with Republicans about Trump is that he was inexperienced, and there was a shallow Republican bench, so he put up people like like Bolton, and he was not surrounded by Trump loyalists. He's surrounded by what they would call swamp creatures, people like Mike Pence who you can't trust. And it's best to get somebody who really embraces the Trump agenda, whatever that might be necessarily, a more populist version of the Republican Party. Which you keep it in mind too. So many of these Republicans who are in the Senate and the House, the Senate in particular, are really uncomfortable with this version of the Republican Party. I mean,
Yeah.
don't you think Mitch McConnell really just wants to go back to the days of Ronald Reagan?
Probably, yeah. He seems like that was well, I guess it was probably back, the last time his dick worked.
Think about it. I mean, like, really, really wants to go back to that, right? So, you suddenly have even wow, can't even do that. Okay, so you suddenly have a Republican Party that is not the party of the corporations. That is not the party of the upwardly mobile. And to be fair, it was always a party kind of the upwardly and the downwardly mobile at once. I mean, that's the Reagan coalition. And all coalitions in America, we must understand, always have groups that do not like each other. They unite to achieve certain goals, but more importantly, to defeat certain enemies. Right? So the Republican Party, when it's founded when it's founded in the days of Abraham Lincoln, is united enough to beat the Confederacy, win the Civil War. Very soon after, they start squabbling. By the time you get to Rutherford B. Hayes, there are openly factions of the Republican Party who despise each other. James G. Blaine and Roscoe Conkling would almost rather a Democrat win than the other guy. And you get that throughout American politics. So the Reagan coalition, if anything, lasted a little longer than it should have. But in the end of the day, like evangelical voters and Wall Street brokers really didn't have that much in common, did they?
Not especially.
Except for we hate the Soviet Union. And we don't like crime. And we both want deregulation for various reasons. So that's the thing that's interesting about the Republican Party is having these people like Mitch McConnell feel like they have to go along with people like this. Putting up Vance, in some ways, it's like a safe, bold move. It's bold in the regards to how young he is, and that he represents such an emerging opinion in the Republican Party, an emerging opinion on the right, but is still in the minority. It's ascendant, but it has not. It's not the most influential. That's why I thought he might go with dog killer. Somebody who other Republicans could feel more safe with.
Right.
So that's just one of the things I'm seeing with that one. So I think it's a double down to make sure the base is happy. And actually, that reminds me of Bill Clinton as well, because one of the reasons Bill Clinton went with Al Gore is that at the time in 1992, there were a bunch of people saying that Bill Clinton is actually not a DLC centrist, that he actually is a far left radical in disguise. And there are lots of people who still believe that to this day.
Yeah.
I think they're wrong.
Yeah, because
right?
we've seen his fucking presidency, so.
Getting Al Gore was actually, in that regard, was smart for Bill Clinton insofar as he's saying, like, look, guys, I'm serious. This is what I am. I'm a centrist Democrat. I picked another one. So that's just, that's just what I see with Vance, is both taking a chance and also somebody who, while he didn't like Trump in 2016, has since then been pretty much a loyalist. Pretty well stuck by him.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my sort of thinking on why he chose Vance is that way it does at least show that he can reconcile and move beyond some petty clashes in the past. So there is the reconciliation angle and bringing the whole coalition together. There's also, J.D. Vance being a Midwesterner who's talked about the loss of jobs through outsourcing. And that was a huge factor for Trump back in 2016, was talking about outsourcing. And so because Vance has talked about that at least a little bit, then that makes up for the fact that Trump would rather mostly just talk about immigrants at this point. Because he knows that Vance hopefully will talk to middle America or to some of the people who are suffering from the opioid crisis and are not going to get an answer out of Trump or Biden. So Vance maybe has a little bit of coverage for those areas where he's kind of weak and wants to get that 2016 vibe back.
It also reminds me, if you're looking at just the numbers for 2016, Trump did worse with the white working class than 20. I mean, in 2020 he did worse with the white working class than he did in 2016. So I think
Yes.
that also might that's a consideration as well. I mean, of course he gained votes, but he gained them elsewhere. Somebody like Vance is somebody's going to appeal to that group. Yeah. I don't know. I think we'll have to see debates or whatnot. Based on reading his book and what I've seen of him, I think this is probably a shrewd pick at the end of the day.
Yeah, I agree. I
But
think it
have
was a pretty solid pick for Trump. That being said, it's still, I guess, kind of a blind pick in a way because the Democrats are almost certainly going to choose a different candidate other than Biden. So I guess I don't know whether J.D. Vance was the pick against any Democrat that Trump would have made or whether it's the pick he made specifically against Biden. And yes, somebody saying like Vance is a bad representation of fighting the opioid epidemic and also he's also really terrible on actual class politics. That's all true, but remember we're talking about posturing and politicking, not policy, because this campaign so far in 2024 has had nothing to do with substance.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I don't know anybody who's good on class politics.
Right. I mean, it's
You
not
know,
exactly something that people are racing into to be the man at class politics at this point.
and I think what you get into with Vance, where like saying he's bad at class politics, and I read his book, and I'm looking at the review I wrote in 2018. By the way, I can't edit the review because Goodreads says that you can't rate this book anymore right now. Okay. I guess I'm gonna. I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. But I'm looking at. I'm actually mentioning that he talks a lot about class, and in a way that's interesting. That was compelling, but also didn't go far enough, and I had problems with it as well. So I do agree on that. But I also think it's kind of like Rick Santorum in 2012 with the Republican nomination fight. He was also making that kind of class proto-Trump Vance argument. Now he was very bad at it, but he was actually trying it. And people were commenting on the time that he was talking about like what about the working class? What about people who don't have college educations? And I think working class politics in America, it's been this way probably for a while, but especially right now, it's all just kabuki theater, shadow puppets.
Right.
It's
And
not really going to be that serious.
yeah, because I mean, I remember Santorum talking a lot about still mills, something that at that point was kind
Yeah,
of was considered to be not touchable by politicians. It's like I'm not
Republicans
going.
in particular.
Yeah, especially Republicans. It's like I'm not going to put on a hard hat and go into a workplace. I'm not going to be around people with calloused hands. Ew, gross. Not me. So that was very much the attitude. And even though, like Obama would talk about rolling up his shirt sleeves, but that's about as far as he'd go with class politics. So it's just kind of like the very vague implication that maybe I have some relation with labor out of a very much an arm's length, but maybe some relation. And then the Republicans, of course, were just saying, unions are communist.
Yeah,
So
it's a different world now. But really, 2012 Republican nomination fight. I mean, that was the last bow for Ronald Reagan. They were all trying to out Reagan each other, really.
yeah, no, you're right. That's exactly what that debate was in 2012. Especially, except for Ron Paul. Ron Paul stood out because he was talking about like machine gun nests on the border and shit. But all the other candidates were just trying to do a Reagan impression.
Yeah, God, there was that one compilation of them going tax, 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 Reagan, 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 tax, Reagan.
No, exactly. And also, the only other guy who stood out was Newt Gingrich because Gingrich came out to Hulk Hogan's "I'm a Real American" song,
Whoa.
but he did so with
God.
no energy. Like, imagine just like an old man shuffle with a kind of awkward, shy wave as he approaches the podium. Then he goes up and he just gives a low energy speech about tax cuts or whatever.
The running
Can't do
theme
that.
of this stream
You
is
can't do
Hulk
that,
Hogan. I've just picked up the running theme of this whole stream has just been Hulk Hogan at this point.
Yeah, no, I
I mean,
feel like
Hulkamania is alive, man. Hulkamania is alive, brother.
it's actually
We were single-handedly bringing it back in this stream. We're gonna bring back Hulkamania. Hulk Hogan runs for president. Oh,
So the thing is, like, no joke. If Hulk Hogan was in this election for either party right now, he would easily be leading. And that's because Hulk Hogan, whatever else you might say about him, that man is one hell of a bullshitter.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah. Like,
entertaining.
you don't have to worry if he's lying to you, because you know for a fact he is absolutely lying to you every single second.
Oh yeah, no Trump, not Trump, but Hulk is he's so entertaining at lying that you kind of enjoy it because you know it's not true, but you're like that's still a hell of a story though, so I'll accept it.
Hulkster's in the house. Check him out. Check him out. Right. What's the other one? Is like I want to be a Hulkamaniac. Have fun with my family and friends. Yeah. Well, I mean, like the guy's just an entertainment machine.
Yeah,
I mean,
and somebody
even those
mentioned
shitty movies
Ventura.
like
Yeah, Jesse
even
Ventura's
those
another
shitty
one.
movies like Suburban Commando. Suburban Commando, Mr. Name. Those are terrible movies, but he is fucking entertaining. Although before we go on, I do have to mention we all know Hogan's best movie role ever, right?
Thunderlips.
What was it, Mr.
Gremlins
Nanny?
two.
Oh,
Gremlins two.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Oh man, like the you're watching and I saw the movie in theaters, so like the movie stops playing, and then like they say there's gremlins in the theater, and then Hulk Hogan like talks the gremlins down, you know, like screams at him, destroys his shirt off and that kind of shit, and then the gremlins stop messing with the film projector, and then the Gremlins 2 movie starts again. So they have an entire out of the movie break for Hulk Hogan to talk shit to gremlins. It's fucking great. Brilliant scene.
Yeah,
what?
I, I remember there was also
You gotta
some.
see it, man. It's so good. It's
There's
so fucking
there's
good.
also a sitcom in the '90s. I forget which one. I think it was either Frasier or something like that. But the premise was that Hogan was one of the two candidates for mayor, and his campaign was sort of balls to the wall beyond Trump because he said, "With the homeless dude, I'm gonna feed their asses." And he would say stuff like that. Those were his talking points. And then his opponent pissed him up, so he put him in a torture rack in front of all the people. So yeah, I mean, look, Hogan candidacy right now, he would be Camacho. In some ways, I think Terry Crews was modeling Camacho after Hogan.
I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah. But also, like, you know who would be even better if he were still alive? Well, I'll give you a little hint. Yes, I will. Yeah. You'd be the Macho Man Randy Savage. That's right. Yeah. I would set this country back on track. Yes, I would. Oh, yeah, Miss Elizabeth, you're going left. I'm going right. We're going to meet right in the middle. Yeah, we're going to bring together the coalition, bring together the people. Yes, we are. We're going to make it a full comeback. Yes, Macho Madness is going to set foot in America again. Yes, it will. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
like, dude, you can't beat that.
Do want to say there's that YouTuber academic agent who's also into professional wrestling, and his whole thing about politics is he says, just think of it as professional wrestling, it all makes sense. And I'm starting because that guy's actually been very good about 2024 predictions so far, and I'm starting to think this guy's right. I think we really are in the pro wrestling phase now. Right?
Yeah, except
Yeah.
pro wrestlers who have no athleticism and also very little charisma. So it's kind of like,
Yeah,
you know,
most of them.
the
Yeah,
D
yeah.
rank of pro wrestling, like local fucking backyard wrestlers who show up for shitty small town 4th of July celebrations.
Cream of the crop gonna rise to the top.
The cream of the crop is gonna rise to the top. Yes, it will. Yeah, Mean Gene. That's right. Yeah.
Is he really
Too
that
bad.
nasally?
God,
Oh,
damn.
yeah, he was. He would drag on like this, yeah. You gotta do a little bit of the lowering the voice like this. And you gotta lose slow like that, yeah. That's how you do the Macho Man.
Randy Savage. How about Ric Flair? Huh?
Woo!
There we go.
Limousine riding,
All
jet
right.
flying, son of a gun, kiss stealing, wheeling, dealing. Oh, yeah. I actually can't do Flair very well.
At least you know like it's the fucking words he has, man.
Yeah, I know the lines. He's more like he just sounds like somebody who's losing their lucidity because they're between the border of buzzed and drunk, and he just has kind of like a Charlotte area accent. That's pretty much Flair. So if you can
Cool.
get to that state and then just start talking excitedly, that's basically Ric Flair. But I'm not
Love it.
in that mindset right now, so there we go.
Yeah, yeah. Another old school wrestler who'd probably do far better job than either Biden or Trump in this race. Probably Biden in particular. Dusty Rhodes just pulls out the hard time speech.
It's
He's
hard
going to win.
times, baby. The American dream, Dusty Road. My daddy was a plumber, and my mama was a seamstress. We had hard times back then. We had to make it, and that's what we done do today too, Daddy. We didn't make it. We done come together, and we done get our shit together. We done beat these hard times. We ain't gonna have no trade deficit with China. We done make things right here in America, baby. Vote Dusty Road 2024.
Wait, what about Roddy Piper, man? Come on.
The hot rod, he was technically Canadian, so he would not be eligible.
You can give a cabinet post.
True, like he could be Secretary of State, and then he could have a Piper's Pit segment where he meets with Putin or something like that. And then he, forces Putin to prove that he has his judo skills.
I think he may not be able to be Secretary of State because I think that one's like one of the main ones in line for the presidency.
Well, Madeleine Albright was Secretary of State, and so wasn't Kissinger also Secretary of State?
Oh shit, you're right. Yeah. Okay. Because I know, it's like President, Vice President, Speaker of the House, and then President of the Senate. President pro temp, whatever. Do we have anything else to talk about right now? Or are we just going to keep on doing wrestler impersonations?
I'm trying to think if I can
Unless
even
you
do
wanna
any
keep
more.
Yeah,
I can do
man.
Paul Bear. You need to know about my Undertaker. He is going to come out and beat you. Look at the power of the urn.
All right, what about $1 Million Man? Like every time he comes out to talk this year, money.
I honestly I don't remember what his voice sounds like. All I remember is the laugh.
Yeah. He had a great fucking laugh. He had a great suit. He had a great intro. $1 Million Man was the man.
No, he was. Because I don't remember him being that good at actual wrestling, but I do remember always being excited when he would show up.
Well, he was always good at like whatever the promo, the skit, whatever that shit is. Like he's right, yeah, wrestling itself not too good. The other stuff, great at it,
Yeah, no, there's a lot of dudes like that, and it's sad too because a lot of these guys they get better at talking on the mic and all that kind of stuff as their career goes along. So a lot of times they're actually past their physical prime by the time they become popular. That happened to Stone Cold. Like Stone Cold's knees were pretty much shot by the time he became popular. So if you look at the match quality from like 5 years before he became famous, he was way better in the ring back then.
No, I remember when he was like, I remember when he got big, and yeah, like I said, I didn't watch wrestling like a whole bunch. Probably the most I watched it was the period where Stone Cold got big, but he wasn't wrestling too much because he got fucking hurt, and that was too bad as well because it was always fucking great when he'd get on those pylons and they just throw him beers and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pure entertainment.
Yeah.
Right? Like that is fucking showmanship. All right.
Come in here and have a beer with Stone Cold. And then every time they'd crack open the beers together, and then the person would nervously like salute him and go to take a drink. And for some reason, they'd tilt their head back and close their eyes, and he'd give them the stunner right then, every time. And he did that to Trump one time. There's actually a clip of that from I think 2011 or 2012 where Trump took a stunner.
Oh God, that'd actually be perfect if Stone Cold ran.
You're standing in my ring right now. You're standing in my ring. You're standing in Stone Cold's ring. You got two choices. You can either leave with your candy ass. Actually, that's The Rock. You can either leave, or you're gonna drink a beer with Stone Cold. What are you gonna do?
We gotta stop it. This is gonna cover just the fucking wrestling. It's fucking. I did always love hearing The Rock go. It doesn't matter what you think.
It doesn't matter what you think. if you smell what the Rock is cooking.
People's champion.
Yeah.
It's just
Mm.
one more hypothetical person that I totally vote for rather than Biden or Trump. Senator Stephen Armstrong from fucking Metal Gear Rising. just
I'm not
I never
familiar,
played it, man.
but I'll just go ahead
all,
and
right,
say
all I
yes.
will say about all I'll say about that game is there's just like one quote from some reviewer I heard long ago. It's like this is the one time that anyone's written an actually like the perfect U.S. politician in any story where he's a complete monster, like a complete psychopath, and yet at the same time you would vote for him in a heartbeat.
Whoa.
Like just yeah, just watch like the cinematic clips of him from the game for the final boss fight with him, and and you're like, yeah, I totally vote for this guy, despite the fact that everything he says is just batshit crazy, like he just goes off the fucking rail. Like at one point, he unironically says "Make America Great Again," like years before Trump ran on that label.
Oh
So
yeah, there's one similar like that. H.R. Malone in Urban Strike.
Oh
He just put up
yeah.
his image and he's like, "Friends, it's time to take back America." You know?
yeah, TBH
Uh,
is partially from the fact that that was an actual. That was one of the taglines in '84 for Reagan.
mhm.
Yeah, it
Like at
was
least one of his.
like a secondary
No, it was
one.
1980. No, it was
Okay.
1980.
Oh,
It was
was it
the
80?
80
Oh,
one.
yeah, I
Yeah.
wasn't alive for
80,
either. So.
84 was Morning in America.
Oh yeah, Morning in America. Yeah.
Well, at least that was the commercial. Actually, that may not have been the campaign slogan, but that was the commercial. One of the most effective political commercials I've ever seen. Hmm.
Yeah. I will say this is off topic, but like Metal Gear Rising may be the like I am against like people like writing overly detailed stories in video games and like having super long cutscenes instead of actual gameplay and shit because it's just wasting all your time.
It
Metal
depends
Gear
on the
Rising is
game
the only
type too.
yeah, Metal Gear Rising is the one example of a game where I am okay to be wrong because like every single cutscene that they do is just perfect. Just perfect amount of like storytelling and insanity all at once.
Cool, man. Oh, guys, before going on, I just want you to know you can look at Charles Guiteau's brain. It is in a museum in Washington,
Fucking
D.C.
really,
Yeah, so
Kick
really
don't clone
ass.
him. Okay, you don't
Smithsonian
try to.
or
No, not
something.
Smithsonian. I looked it up here. Let's see.
The Smithsonian should get it and put it next to Sickles' leg.
Oh yeah, definitely. Um,
Another guy I'd vote for it instead of Biden.
oh, Sickles.
Yeah, Dan Sickles would clean up right now. I mean, apparently he could give a pretty damn good speech. He gave a speech in favor of the war, and Congress actually said bravo, and he did the whole goddamn thing again, word for word.
Oh, it's at the Otis Historical Archives Natural History Museum of Health and Medicine. So Otis Museum in the Washington D.C. area has Guiteau's brain. Okay,
Is it
there you
on
have it, man.
display or? Because I know that like in the case of Sickles' leg, apparently that's just in storage right now, just being kept too.
Ah,
It's not on display
that's too
anymore.
bad, man. No, you got to put Sickles' leg out there. We should definitely do a stream where we talk about like bizarre Civil War generals, like ones that have like mental problems.
Oh yeah,
Or
I would love to talk about James Ledley. Like I will always
yeah,
remember that.
yeah.
I will always remember that story from your like Petersburg book, where it's like June. What was it? June 17th. The Ninth Corps is supposed to attack. His division lines up, but before the attack begins, he passes out in a ditch from after drinking too much, and so a random colonel in the division has to take command of the take from one of his brigades has to take command of the division and lead it in combat. They do great, but so literally him not being command, his troops lead themselves on their own and succeed. without him.
Do much better. Yeah,
Just-
do much better.
yeah.
Ledley being
He's like
one.
the union example of AP Hill, in my opinion.
Cool, cool.
The way more extreme.
Yeah.
I would love
Another
to be on a Petersburg stream to talk about like just how much I fucking hate Hill. I genuinely think he's genuinely like not one time in Core Command does he have a good day. Not a single day.
Mm.
Yeah,
ooh,
not a single instance where I think he improved a situation with his presence.
I'm starting to come around to the same opinion with you on that one. I'll let you know when I mean, like Petersburg, I'm getting back into the book series I'm doing in a few months. I was emailing people today about like making sure I can get articles, getting the maps going, and all the rest, but I kick into high gear with it in September, you know. Coming around a bit to your opinion on AP Hill as far as that goes, um, and start to wonder why he's kept in command. I know he was popular with the men. That helps, and I also know that they don't exactly have a deep bench as well. You know, but that being said, at the same token, yeah, Ledley, he apparently did wake up from his drunken stupor and then did send men forward before passing out again. Comically enough, that's what it looks like to me, at least.
Dude,
um,
in the very near future, I'm going to be uploading a video about the Roman equivalent of Ledley. His name is Gaius
oh
Antonius
God,
Hybrida. He's the uncle of Mark Antony, and you're going to shit yourself when you hear the description that somebody gave in a court case where he was being convicted for being drunk in a battle while in command. Like, the description was so good and so damning that it actually made it into manuals on rhetoric as an example of how to really cut somebody's balls off in a speech. And this was studied for
he got
centuries as the standard for how to, like, just
whoa,
eviscerate someone. Because basically
excellent.
the whole passage about how he wakes up in the middle of the battle and he's trying to grab his staffers who are shaking him to wake them up, and he's trying to make out with them because he thinks they're his girls from the night before. And then he's just stumbling around like a fucking idiot.
Oh man, we get some of this. Like, we'd have to also do Nathaniel Lyon because he's insane. He's crazy. He's genuinely, that man is nuts.
All right, that's
And
our next stream. Instead of Overland, we're talking about that. That's what we're talking about.
also
I
Stephen Hurlbut. Okay, he's great at Shiloh. Nothing else in his life. He's one of the worst people I've ever read about in my life. But he's awesome at Shiloh. You know.
So he's awesome
All
when
right.
it counted. That one time.
It's kind of lunatic, man. Like he's really that good at Shiloh, and nobody, like, there's no account from an officer or a soldier that talks bad about Hurlbut at Shiloh. It's all high praise. Everything about Hurlbut before and after is people dogging him, except for Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln loved this guy because he was loyal to Lincoln, but also Lincoln said he was the finest orator he had ever seen, and he was good at making speeches for sure. But um, just yeah, just yeah, it'd be fun to talk about like Civil War generals where you're like, man, this guy's messed up in the head, or is a lunatic or an alcoholic. And Hurlbut was everything. He was an alcoholic. He did some torture. He got into a fist fight with a teamster when he was drunk one time. His own officers petitioned to have him arrested and removed from command. Um, yeah, it just, the laundry list goes on. Oh, he's a card cheat. I mean, real character. But anyway, do we have anything more? Or do we want to do some super chats?
I think we've covered everything about electoral politics in America. At least, I mean,
Gotcha. So let me go. I'm gonna grab some water real quick, and I'm down for super chats. All right.
all right. Well, while Sean's gathering his water, yeah, we're gonna sit here and wait. We're gonna be waiting, waiting, ticking down the clock. Yes, we are. The clock keeps ticking for us all. Yes, it does. It keeps ticking and ticking and ticking. And then it ticks a little more, and then it ticks a little more. And then it ticks faster, yeah, 'cause you realize at SummerSlam you gotta face the Macho Man. And when you face the Macho Man, you realize who can, and that's who can win. Yes, it is. And that is only me, the Macho Man Randy Savage, yeah. categories do we have? Okay.
I'm just trying to brainstorm some good uh, generals to bring up for that whole crazy Civil War generals video. Absolutely down to do that. Honestly,
Well,
I think that'd be more fun.
yeah, I mean, you could even possibly expand the topic to just crazy generals in a broader sense. I mean, there have been some people who have been put in charge of things, and you have to wonder how the hell did they get here? I guess it's what, speaking of a wrestling personality, Jim Cornette calls a fence post turtle. The idea being that, like, turtles can't jump or climb, so if you ever see a turtle on a fence post, you know somebody put it there. So that's how I feel when I hear about people like Hurlbut and Ledley. Who put them here and why? Because clearly they did not get here on their own merits.
I'm trying to think of a good crazy Confederate general. The only two that are coming to the top of my head immediately are Forrest and Van Dorn.
Yeah, we talked a lot about
That's the
Van
two.
Dorn in the past.
Yeah, yeah, and Forrest occasionally. Uh, Sean's talked about I think back on the old cavalry commanders video, brought up about just how he's basically a psychopath, like very unhinged, unstable individual. Not an angle that I've heard prior to that, but looking at him now, I'm like, yeah, yeah, that fucking fits.
Yeah. I think in general, though, people who command cavalry tend to be a little bit more outlandish than your sort of infantry artillery officers. They tend to be a little more colorful and a bit more willing to take risk.
Yeah,
Or you have
Who?
somebody like Marat, which somebody like in general, your more eccentric commanders tend to be associated with the cavalry. They tend to be a little
yeah,
bit
we're
more colorful and more outlandish.
hey Sean, we're just talking about trying to brainstorm any like crazy Confederate generals because you brought that up, and I was like the only two are coming to my head are Van Dorn and Forrest. The in terms of the entertainment factor, I'm just trying to like
Oh no, I mean also John Hunt Morgan, Felix Robertson. But Felix Robertson though is just a horrible person.
yeah, awful human being, awful human being. Like generally
You
brags
know,
genuinely brags about killing black soldiers, like massacring surrendered ones.
he also hated amongst his own men because super harsh disciplinarian. Um, yeah, super harsh disciplinarian, massacred black soldiers, just rotten person. The only thing Felix Robertson did that I ever saw where I went like, oh, that was commendable, was he sent a letter to Shiloh Battlefield saying that the 13th Ohio Battery was not at fault for what happened to them. I thought that was charitable of him, which was odd for him. I'm like, oh, you're actually granting charity to mercy to somebody, you know. uh, but it also could be argued that he was simply doing that as a way to snipe at Hurlbut. But I'm getting to the weeds on Shiloh with that. I was kind of shocked about that one because everything else I've encountered with Robertson is just about how nasty he is, you know. But yeah, you know, Van Dorn, Forrest, Morgan. Um, I always feel like I'm missing a big one with that. Well, actually, Beauregard. I mean, Beauregard's an interesting oddball,
Yeah,
but not
yeah,
like you know, not a lunatic like we're talking about. Just an eccentric,
yeah,
really.
Yeah, he's not
yeah,
a
yeah. I mean,
lolcow.
yeah.
Yeah, no, he's no,
Uh,
no.
Nathan G. Shanks. I think Nathan Shanks Evans.
Yes,
Yeah,
definitely
that
Shanks.
that guy is definitely on there. Definitely a drunkard. Definitely a cantankerous fellow.
Going to battle with a barrel of whiskey, man.
Yeah.
You know. But I feel like there's like a big one that I'm missing out on with the
Oh, pillow,
Confederates.
pillow.
Oh, Pillow. Yeah, Pillow. That's Mr. Erratic. You know, because Pillow is weird because he'll make a good decision and then make a bad one right away. I'm like, what was he doing? Just flipping coins? Is he Two Face or something? You know,
Yeah.
he's very nonsensical with a lot of the shit he does. You know,
Oh, fuck! I almost forgot. Tom Hyndman. That guy's
oh,
personal life is a
definitely.
complete fucking mess. Like the
Yeah.
dude's constantly getting attacked,
Uh-huh.
and to be fair, it's entirely his fault because he just makes everyone fucking hate him.
Yeah, Hyman is one of those guys who just loves a brawl.
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
remember reading about the first time that I was doing a biography on Kleber, reading through the biography on Kleber. The first time that he met Hyman, he was called over to break up a fight between him and another political guy. Uh, over some stump speech that he gave where he insulted the dude and his family. It's just fucking
Yeah, and
yeah.
also
How they
one more on the Union side I'll go with is David Stanley, because he's insane. I mean, like he's brave to the point of recklessness. He likes nothing and nobody. Is he likes a few people, very few people. His memoirs are extremely bitter, right? And I just picture Stanley as just being this like silent, grim, caustic person. But the moment the bullets start flying, that's the guy you want on your side.
yeah.
And God, I keep saying that because I feel like I'm forgetting one for the Confederates. That's a big, big one. But Forrest, of course, is.
Stonewall
And
Jackson, because I
oh
know
yeah,
I
yeah, Stonewall. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Stonewall Jackson, total loon, completely. Um,
But not a
hmm.
fun loon.
No, no. I mean, he's got his odd quirks. And the thing about say Nathan Bedford Forrest is that Forrest is who he is up front. There's no there's not much of a charade there, you know. And what's interesting about him too is that while possibly his abilities as a cavalry commander have been a bit overstated, the stories of his physical presence, his ability in hand-to-hand combat, and his overall tactical uh, skill, those are not overrated. He's definitely got those in spades, you know. And this fucking crazy guy, man. Uh, yeah, I guess actually Jackson was the one I was trying to remember.
yeah I'll start getting. I'm gonna start working on that list. I definitely want to do that video. Honestly, I think that'd be more fun to do than talk about the Overland campaign. There's it's what TBH. There's nothing fun about the Overland campaign in general. That's just misery, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean it's fascinating campaign to go over, and I will always say that it's the most controversial campaign. It will never be settled who won the campaign. Like each side will choose who they think won it, and there's nothing you do to convince them otherwise. You know.
Yeah,
Um,
point taken.
so I think that's one of the things. The Overland campaign. I mean, a lot of these Civil War campaigns generate a lot of debate, but that one in particular generates a lot of debate. You know.
Yeah. Well, I guess you have your great hero Link Grant, who doesn't do that well tactically in the campaign. I think that's really where the controversy comes from.
Yeah, and also as I say, he didn't want to do it. He wanted to do the peninsula approaches. Oh, one last one to mention: Thomas Sweeney. All right.
Oh yeah, I love that guy so much.
Oh
Like
yeah, no, yeah,
one armed
great.
Irishman decides gets pissed off at his superior and decides to fight him and his favorite subordinate Fuller. Uh, this
And
isn't the
also, it
aftermath of battle. One
I think
armed
it
beating
played
up
a
two dudes.
I think it played a part also that Fuller was English.
Yeah, that was the other thing. So, like Sweeney was like a staunch Fenian. Like he
Yeah,
after the war, he would help lead the Fenian raids into Canada in the
and
1860s.
two fun facts about that one: Andrew Johnson. Whether the British government looked at Andrew Johnson and said, "Well, you should punish him," but Andrew Johnson is an Anglophobe, so he says, "No, in fact, we might even promote him in the army." Um, But the other fun one too about Sweeney with that was when I read a Sweeney biography, and he in 1864 had a letter sent to Patrick Claiborne, which said, "Look, we're after the Confederacy loses. Do you want to join me and invade Canada?"
I vaguely heard about this. I think I read it in the Castells book, but I definitely need to look more into it.
Yeah.
That's not a line of research I've delved into. None of the Cleveland biographies really talk about it. So
Yeah, I never heard of it until I ran to the when I was reading the Sweeney biography, which is a bit dry, but a solid biography overall. Definitely worth a look. But yeah, no, Sweeney, pure entertainment. Love the guy.
yeah,
All right.
All right. Super
All right,
chats,
we
huh?
All right.
yeah, super chats. Yeah,
So our second super chat of the evening comes to us from Oscar Palacios for $20. Thank you, Oscar. And this was at 10:12, so I'm assuming the speech is over now. But he says Trump is giving his speech right now. I would love a reaction from you if you can. I've been waiting for your reaction. Um, I'll probably check out the speech at some point, and then I don't know. Maybe I can do a reaction on my long neglected politics channel. I'm supposed to be getting a new piece of equipment tomorrow, so maybe I'll test that out by reacting to that speech. I don't know. I guess we don't really know what Trump said, do we? But I imagine it's mostly just about immigrants, based on how he's run his campaign so far. I mean, what do you guys think Trump probably talked about in his speech?
Uh, I think he actually probably would be talking about unity. That's
Maybe.
just
yeah,
my
that's a
guess.
possibility.
That's just my guess after the shooting. That's just my guess.
It could be.
Uh, I, yeah, I don't know. I don't actually care very much, to be honest.
Yeah, I have to say I tend to find watching Trump speeches to be a bit of a chore.
Same.
He's much more entertaining when he's engaging with somebody in a debate. If he's giving a speech, he's unwatchable or pretty damn close to it.
He can get very rambling, and he might provide like a interesting sound bites or a few lines here and there. But I found him a very poor public speaker. He's a showman, entertainer, but a poor public speaker, which is weird to say. But I mean, as a coherent speech maker, he's not very good. I don't know. I mean, maybe he gives a great speech. I mean, I'll wait to see what people think. I think he would emphasize unity. That's what I
Yeah,
would think.
somebody said he's been talking about that, or that he talked about it earlier when they listened in.
Mhm.
All right, our next super chat comes to us
I mean,
from.
let's wait. Let's not downplay this though. We're talking about Trump and everything. The guy almost died. You
Yeah,
know, he's gonna. Yeah, I mean, the guy almost died. So he's you know, uh, I mean, I'm not saying if you get a different kind of Trump, it's gonna last forever, but you're not gonna. You may not get the same what you've heard before, and he may even be a changed man.
come on now.
And like,
You don't change your stripes at 78 years old. That does not happen.
oh well, no, I don't mean when I say change man, I don't mean change in every way. He may change a few things. That's an intense thing to go through.
I can imagine him changing his
Um,
stance on gun control, kind of like how Reagan did. That's about as far as I can see it, and that's largely just a judgment based on his age.
yeah. I'm just, I mean, I say could be. I mean, I don't think the attempt on Gerald Ford, from what I could tell, didn't change him much at all. I'm only saying as a possibility. I haven't seen the future yet, you know? But I do know that such extreme moments and events can, of course, have a big effect on people. And I guess I'm also saying this because I'm editing a series of blog posts for Emerging Civil War on James Garfield's presidency. And the assassination of James Garfield did change Chester A. Arthur. He was a different man after. I mean, not in every regard, but in several key ways, he was a different man afterwards.
Hmm.
You know, I have my doubts that'll be the case with Trump, but you know what? I'll go ahead and see how it pans out.
Yeah, I'm skeptical, but I guess we'll find out.
I'll got skeptical as well, but I'm not going to annihilate. I'm not going to dismiss the possibility right away. Keep this in mind. People were absolutely shocked that Chester Arthur did what he did as president. Shocked.
All right. Yeah, because I mean, I predict that one thing Trump might change his stance on is gun control. And it would be interesting because of the devotion he has from his base if that would change any Republican voters' minds. Because I know that in general they've been fairly unyielding on the issue of gun control. So that's an interesting thing to look for. And they have, as we talked about with like the vaccine, there has been a disconnect in some areas between Trump and his base, where they don't like some of the things he says, and they just pretend he didn't say it.
Or the other way too. Trump is an opponent. His opponents. I mean, all these people run around being like, I'm vaccinated." I'm like, you can thank Trump for that one, I guess. You know.
Yeah, because
But
that's
once again, like people's understanding of Trump and COVID for both parties is incoherent.
yeah, it's pretty crazy that people made a vaccine into a partisan issue. It's or mask became a partisan symbol, which is mental because it's
I don't
just
think it's
a
quite as
medical
mental.
device.
I don't think it's quite as mental as that. All right, hear me out. I think what happened is what I personally saw was Republicans I knew took masks seriously until the George Floyd protests and riots. Then they didn't take them seriously. That's what I saw. Because in their mind, if gathering in large groups matters is okay when you're doing what Democrats approve of, then that's when I really did see Republicans go, okay, this stuff is bullshit. That's what I saw. In the first 2 months of COVID, no, I saw Republicans taking it seriously.
Yeah, that's also when Republicans started talking about the burning down of cities, and yeah, that's anyway. I don't want to get into that, but I lived in one of the
That
cities
all
that was
depended on that.
supposedly burned down, and there were very few instances of actual damage. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it depends on where you're at. There was a lot of damage in Portland, Oregon. There wasn't much in New Orleans, Louisiana, depending on where you were at.
In Columbus,
It's
there
very
was like
regional.
one building, maybe one block that had some busted windows, and that was it.
Yeah.
And it was only one side of one street. I want to be clear. So,
But I'm just saying, I visited Portland next year and I saw some burned out shit, man.
oh
All
wow,
right. But here in New Orleans, nothing really.
yeah,
You know, it depended what city you were in. You know,
yeah. Not to mention that it's kind of an economic stimulus in a way because then you create construction jobs.
and the broken windows fallacy, huh?
Yeah, I mean, hey, I mean, those people working at whatever the fuck does, whoever the fuck provides windows, I mean, they were happy about this, I guarantee you.
Isn't that the fucking guy in American Hustle? Yeah, yeah. Christian Bale in American Hustle. At the beginning, he's like breaking breaking stuff so his dad gets more business.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I mean, shit, that's not a bad strategy if you can get away with it, I guess.
Yeah.
Good racket. All right, our next question comes to us from Miguel Perez for $10. Thank you, Miguel. He says, Sean, you're right about the elites having no accountability. They will never punish Trump because if it could happen to him, it could happen to them. I,
Yeah. Uh, Go ahead.
yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm inclined to agree with that idea.
Same. I also noted, and I claim no expertise in British politics, but I do know when they did some stuff years, maybe it was a year ago, against Nigel Farage, like, uh, something to do with banking, right? A lot
Hmm.
of politicians in both the major parties in Britain were appalled by that because if they could go for him, they could go for them. And yeah, I think that's overall correct. Now, that being said, there's the case to be made that certain rogue, not maybe that's rogue might be the right word, but like certain elements of the Democratic Party who really have Trump derangement syndrome strong, those are the ones who went after him with the indictments, and that it wasn't like a unified party effort. And I could see some truth in that. I definitely think the mugshot thing probably wasn't smart. Anyway,
Yeah, I tend to think that in general, the elites will even provide cover for a leader they don't like if they know that this is good for them. And that's why I think it would have been a very positive thing if Trump were to actually go to jail. Because if it could happen to him, it could happen to anybody else. And that would be a very positive development. And so,
ooh, that's a tough call on that one. I see what you're saying. At the same time, he is seen as being the elite who's beyond the pale. You know,
Well, even
uh,
so, I mean,
I don't know.
it's obviously he is seen as exceptional and different, but if you do set the precedent that a president can be punished for their actions, then that is an important precedent that could be applied to any president. And a lot of the
It
people,
didn't work on. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, so I mean, like, that's why I still regard Gerald Ford as a terrible president, because the one really consequential thing he did was pardon Nixon. He should have let the system play out. And since then, we've had no elite accountability on any level, public or private. Unless you're Bernie Madoff and you screw over only other rich people. But for the most part, if you're wealthy, you do not
Yeah.
go to jail. Ever. And so I think that's been one of the major problems with the last 50 years is that elites know they can get away with anything. And so they do.
Yes. Yes. No. Yeah. Yeah. As commenter said, yeah. Once Obama didn't put bankers in jail, nobody got in trouble for Iraq. So at that point, they're like, okay, we run things, we rule things, we can do what we want. Simple as that.
Yeah, and they showed up and smugly demanded bailouts and refused to admit that they fucked up. Or they would admit that they fucked up and like, yeah, but we still deserve bailouts anyway because we're special.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Hmm. And also, I mean, that stretches. I'm sorry, that stretches to the military as well. I mean, we keep losing wars, right? Nobody gets punished for this shit.
True.
It's appalling, man.
Yeah, well,
And
the question
it's
then
actually
becomes
also
who would we punish because the politicians vote for the wars, the companies push for the wars, defense companies that is mostly. But then the military does the execution, so like where would the punishment fall?
that's the thing though, is that since they all go to the same schools, they all know each other, right? We don't have people from different backgrounds, so they're less likely to punish each other in the first place. At the same time, the tensions, uneasiness, and keep it in mind too, these people also, of course, worked together in the past. But the tensions, uneasiness between businessmen, military, politicians, it's evaporated really, and especially in the last 10 years. You know, uh, to the point where they make that argument about America and a lot of Western countries being ruled by uniparties. There's a lot of truth of that. A lot of truth, I think. Um, so, or God, look at like journalists. Journalists don't have an antagonistic relationship with politicians. They're trying to get access. So they're all like,
Right. I
um,
mean, that's perfectly
trying to win them
exemplified
over.
by all the people who were covering for Biden and doing it as if like, well, yeah, obviously you cover for this man being demented.
Yeah, what's it? Matt Taibbi was saying that one should read the New York Times the way you read Pravda in the Soviet Union. I don't think he's that far off the mark.
Yeah.
Which is why when the New York Times was going hard about Biden should resign, I was like, well, Biden should get off the ticket. I was like, huh, this has legs. This has
Right.
legs.
It's also been an interesting dynamic where all of the people who represent the left on the Biden issue have said we stand with the president, like Bernie, AOC, etc. And the people calling for him to be replaced are centrist. So it's a very weird scenario to be in. And I assume it's because they don't want to be
Yeah.
blamed, because they don't want to be blamed as being unloyal or whatever it might be. I guess there's also the
Mm.
possibility maybe they've looked at the list of potential replacements and like, actually, that person would suck worse than Biden. I don't know exactly what the thinking is, but I assume it's just they're trying to avoid getting blamed because the Democratic Party's instinct is always to blame the left when they lose, no matter what the circumstances might be. It's like, well, the goddamn left wing lost the election for us.
And why wouldn't you? They're going to vote free anyway.
Yeah,
What's there to win over? What's there to win over? Go abuse them. You know.
yeah. I mean, it's
Uh, I think you're right about um, they don't want to be blamed. That makes a lot of sense. Uh, I do know in the case of Sanders, him and Biden get along, actually.
Yeah.
So there is that. There's a personal thing there, and um, yeah, no, they're like they don't want to be blamed, and also, yeah, I mean, what other options do you really have? Like, and that's the thing we go back to with okay, you're gonna remove Biden. I guess you replace him with Harris. Uh, I don't know. That's pretty bad, man.
No,
That's pretty bad.
Harris would be a rough option. Yeah. Also, I think most voters, despite the fear that people would be offended if she got passed over, I don't think they'd be very offended. Because I've heard people say that they're afraid of other people being offended about Harris being removed. I've never heard anyone say they personally would be. And what I'm getting at
Yeah,
is that I don't think Harris has an actual base.
but yes, and also you have to go back to understand what it is. So these people also think in heavily identity politics form, right? With the assumption being that Harris is a black woman, so all black women must like her or something, right? Not understanding that not everybody likes everybody who looks like them, right?
Right. I mean, actually,
um,
if you think about it, like most people, if they were to list the 5 or 10 people they hate the most, it would be people they interact with a lot, and they would almost all look like them.
yeah, I could see that. Yeah, yeah, no, good point, man. And in the case of Harris, it's just like people in the media might bring up a storm about that, but I mean, nobody else cares. I mean, as far as vice presidents goes, I mean, she's with Dick Cheney and Dan Quayle in my lifetime for vice presidents people do not like, right? But I will say this, in the case of Kamala Harris, the dislike is less active and it's more just like they dismiss her.
Yes, she's much more like Dan Quayle. It's more just contempt rather than people actually thinking she's nefarious. Whereas with Dick Cheney, there were people
Yeah.
who fucking hated him and feared him. But I don't think anybody's afraid of Harris because fear implies some level of respect, and that is not
Yes,
present.
yes. Definitely, yes, yes, definitely right about that. Um, I mean, I saw that thing with the with Indiana Jones with the idol and Raiders of the Lost Ark. He's trying to exchange it for the bag of sand, but instead they have like Biden's head and Gavin Newsom's head. Although I don't think it'd be Newsom necessarily. But fuck, I could be wrong. I've been pretty wrong with 2024 overall. Except for the Biden getting removed. I've kind of felt that in my bones ever since I heard the New York Times went hard against him.
Yeah, I sort of felt like it might happen before the debates because I'd even heard some rumblings from a number of people. And Michael Moore, because he represents the left more, I didn't think he'd be the bellwether for this. But the fact he'd say it that openly that early, I'm like, okay, this is unusual.
Michael Moore can shoot off the hip when he
Yeah.
wants to. You
And
know,
so he
Michael
said
Moore can
it.
shoot off the hip when he wants to.
And then I realized it was almost certainly going to happen because right after the debate, I watched maybe 5 or 10 minutes of the coverage afterwards, and even the Democratic strategists and staffers, they're like, man, that was a fucking train wreck. That was horrible. Biden's cooked and he's got to go. I mean, that was their gut reaction right then and there, even on television. These people who are creatures of the media. Even fucking David Axelrod was like,
You know what
yeah,
that tells me though?
it's over.
That tells me they've been talking about it behind closed doors for a while. And then when they actually saw it, when they
Yeah.
saw the manifestation of it, they were like, "Oh my god." That's what it was. They'd already been talking about it, but also being like, "Well, let's wait and see. Maybe he'll get in the debate and be okay." Because once again, Biden did pretty well in the 2020 debates. He did well in the State of the Union. The good days, bad days thing, like I said. But yeah, that was man. Yeah, so that's what it was. They were already talking about it. They
Yeah.
already. I mean,
And
they're
somebody,
insiders.
somebody in the chat earlier mentioned the possibility that they held that first debate so early so that way they'd have time to get Biden out. And actually, I agree with that idea. I think that's the Democrats actually played that smart in a way to get that damage out of the way and then have at least a chance of putting somebody else in because it was an unusually early debate.
Yes, I was shocked how early it was. The word on the street I heard was that Biden's staff pushed for it because of how well he did in the State of the Union address, and they thought that if we get him now, when he looks like he's doing better than he was before the State of the Union, because leading up to the State of the Union, apparently he was fucking up a lot, and yeah, I did see footage of it too, you know. So I think they might have been thinking, oh, maybe we've got like a good period here we can take advantage of. I'd heard that, but I don't know. I'm not on the inside.
Yeah, because I'd heard a little bit of that, but I think what that was a fake story they planted so that way they could make it out as, well, we're really trying to help Biden because we're super loyal. But in reality, they wanted him to go out
Oh.
there and show his true colors so they could get rid of his ass.
If you're getting more conspiratorial, then CNN were the ones who said that Trump couldn't talk over Biden, and maybe they realized that if you just let Biden keep rambling, because that's nothing too. CNN also has come out hard with the whole like Biden must go thing. But you get into conspiracy theory land, and it should also be kept in mind that what we're saying right now, that could be a group of people coming together for different reasons. Like the people who support Biden were thinking, oh, well, he just got off the high of the State of the Union. He should be good. The people saying, like, well, let's do it now when we have time to replace him for the convention.
Yeah.
That could actually been both.
But there's a part of me that kind of wants to do a whole stream just dedicated to insane reactions to 2024 because I have seen comments on videos, like I've watched videos about people talking about the need to get rid of Biden, and then some, Biden stands who apparently exist, sort of screeching and crying about how we're never going to abandon our guy. And then I've also seen memes about Trump as being like this Christ-like figure who took a bullet for all of us. So I'd like to do sort of a video just about these absolute batshit reactions to these two people who deserve zero loyalty and yet somehow command loyalty.
The Trump Christ-like thing, I'm actually going to make a Hitler comparison here. That makes sense. There were so many attempts on Hitler's life and so many ways things could have went wrong that didn't happen. And that fed both Hitler's internal belief of his own destiny, but also the people who were supporters, right? And think about all the court cases that have been thrown at Trump that have gone nowhere, right? Like all the attempts to take him down. And sure, he lost 2020 election, but he's in there right now. He's the favorite to win. Yeah, if you keep dodging that kind of stuff, it will create a messianic complex.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the one analogy I've seen with Trump that I can kind of understand, at least where they're coming from, is the comparison with King David, because King David notoriously was a philanderer and had a lot of flaws. That being said, King David also had abilities. Like he could lead armies and shit, And he wasn't a... Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, the analogy will break down, but I can kind of at least understand the basic rationale. But when you start comparing Trump to Christ, it's like, okay, so Christ, impoverished man trying to upend the system, trying to make things more fair, just, equal, opposing corruption. Trump, literal product of corruption, just wants to be in charge of corruption. I mean, there's not, like, it's just, the idea of the comparison is a joke. And that is one of those many, many times where I'm glad I'm not a Christian, because if I were a Christian, I'd be deeply offended by that idea.
Or a Jew.
Or a Jew. I mean, even
Yeah.
like a Jew doesn't
Yeah.
believe in Jesus, be like, come on, man. Like, this is not...
Oh no, I meant the comparisons to King David.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I mean, it is a joke, but it's... I don't know. It's a weird...
One thing she kept it. One thing she kept in mind though. I get what you're saying and agree with it. Should be kept in mind though. Trump's reaction to the assassination was exactly the reaction he had to have to embolden people to improve the morale of his base. It was exactly the kind of reaction that was needed. And I'm saying that because I can see people look at that and be like, look at this heroic moment. This man's gonna get his ear nicked. There's a shooter who knows what the fuck's going on. Then he pumps his fists and yells, fight, fight, fight. I mean, That's for getting a bunch of people to get excited and rally around you. Absolutely perfect. No doubt about it.
Yeah, that being said, one other factor to consider, though, um, how many people do you think at this point have not made up their minds about Trump one way or the other based on the amount of exposure he's had for a decade at this point?
Oh yeah, I agree.
I mean, whose
I'm just
mind's
saying
going to
that
be changed?
it's not about changing minds, man. It's about making your base excited. It's about, and also the choice of JD Vance. It's about making a certain core segment of your voting bloc assured and happy. And did it change a bunch of minds? No, probably changed some. That being said, this has done him all the favors. It looks good, man. I get it. People on the left are down. A lot of people are downplaying it. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
He looked good. He looked real good.
Somebody said they've heard Trump get compared to Cyrus the Great. Now
What the fuck?
that one blows my mind. I'll be, I'll be honest, like that one is mind blowing.
That honestly, I appreciate that. That one requires actual knowledge to know who Cyrus the Great is. So
Well,
so plus that man.
but also like a knowledge of who he is combined with an ignorance of anything about him,
Yeah,
which is a very hard
too
combination to pull
great.
off. You know, it's
Yeah. No, your Cyrus the Great thing, that might be the dumbest shit I've heard all day.
yeah.
Cyrus the
Yeah.
Great, huh?
You say that after like we've gone through like however many different WE wrestlers that could be better candidates instead.
Yeah, I mean, because we have to
Well, we're just
remember
having
though,
fun, man.
Trump actually is in the WWE Hall of Fame.
This is true.
Oh yeah, and so is Abraham Lincoln. Don't forget that.
Yeah,
Never
it's
was a
true.
chokehold.
Um, so yeah, Cyrus is like, dude,
Hey,
I I don't know of any modern leader who was analogous to Cyrus the Great. But if I had to choose somebody who's definitely not, then Trump would be a pretty easy choice to put up as the antithesis of Cyrus.
yeah, God, I mean, a somebody like Cyrus the Great. I mean, he's well, he's not creating a new state. He's rapidly expanding it. So I was starting to think about like, say, a Lenin, a Mao, or a Hitler, where there are these like um over the top statesmen in that regard. But no, I don't know if anybody would actually equate to Cyrus the Great, really.
Yeah,
No.
because Cyrus is one of those figures who I don't even know if he had that much of a vision or whether he was just hyper charismatic and capable as a military leader. Because really, the organization of the empire was set up by Darius. Like almost all the administrative state we think of when we think of Persian institutions was after Cyrus. That being said, Cyrus clearly was able to engender a lot of love and loyalty. And Trump can do that to some extent, but not like Cyrus could. Because Cyrus could get that out of almost everybody. Cyrus didn't have that many detractors, and he could make friends out of old enemies. So Cyrus's charisma was boundless and universal, whereas Trump, there are some people who love him, yeah, but there are other people who literally want to kill him, as we've learned.
Yeah. No, I mean, Trump engenders reactions from people that it's more like Andrew Jackson, really.
Yeah,
You know.
exactly.
Uh, although him and Jackson, I wouldn't. There's a thing about comparing Trump to Jackson, and there are, of course, a lot of points of comparison with that. At the same time, Andrew Jackson has this horrific childhood that Trump just doesn't have. You
Yeah.
know. Yeah, and also Andrew Jackson, unlike Trump, and I'll say this one: we're talking about. I was mentioning what the shooting might change. It might change Trump's ability to maintain loyalty. Would be one of my guesses, because I've always thought that the biggest weakness with Trump is that he would throw people under the bus for a tweet, which is what Andrew Jackson would never do, ever.
I mean, look at the
Be loyal to Andrew
Peg Eaton
Jackson, he's
affair.
loyal to you.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he chose
Yeah.
Peg Eaton's side and stood by her even after the entirety of official Washington went the other way. So I mean, yeah, Andrew Jackson is very. I don't think he really gave a fuck about public opinion, really. I mean, he happened to be on the side of a lot of people when it came to public opinion, but I don't think he actually cared about that. If there were polls available, I don't think that would have swayed Andrew Jackson one way or the other.
He did and he didn't, from what I've seen. Um, what Andrew Jackson understood about public opinion is that it can be swayed by loyalty and by those dramatic gestures and by passing policy they want. You know?
Yeah.
At the same time, he wasn't going to pander, or he would never look like it either. He would definitely never look like he's pandering. That's 100%. You know? So, yeah, Jackson understood public opinion. He paid attention to it, but he was never going to be subservient to it. Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, what
All
do we
right.
got next?
Next up, we have
But
Falcon Strike again. Falcon Strike 21, that is, again, for $2. Thank you, Falcon. And he says, this is the last election dominated by boomers. Well,
I hope to God
probably.
that's true.
It's possible, I guess, and I'm thinking about it.
Boomer Twilight.
Because millennials do outnumber boomers now because of attrition. And now that millennials are moving up in age, that means more participation. Also, the silent generation is going into the twilight, and Gen Z's rising up, so you are probably correct.
Yeah.
They'll still be a factor for a few more cycles, but they will no longer dominate.
It'll be like a diminishing factor, right? Yeah, yeah, diminishing factor. I mean, for instance, I do remember old people voted Democrat when I was a kid. For
Yeah,
instance.
greatest generation.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. You know, the last election they had an effect on was 1994. That was the last one they had a big effect. No, no, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, not 1994, 1992. That was the last election where the greatest generation had a big effect. You know. And yeah, they all voted for Bill Clinton. All the ones I knew, pretty much. Yeah, they were all Democrats. So, yeah, no, I mean, the Boomers. It's going to be a slow fade out, though. You know, people live longer right now,
Right.
and also, I mean, these are fucking Boomers, right? I mean, um, and you know, Boomers. Go ahead, man.
We are talking about a generation that is so adamant that they're not too old to continue on that the adult diaper commercials that cater to them tell them they're in the prime of their life. So imagine this:
Yeah.
you're old enough that you're shitting yourself, and the only way people can appeal to you is to tell you you're in your prime. Holy fuck.
They've pretty much been calling the shots since about the mid '70s, really. Yeah. And they're not going to go away. They're very. I've never seen a group of people more self-confident in my life, you know. Um, but also, I do have to say, though, unlike you two guys, because I'm a bit older, right? I really was like when I was 10, 11, 12. I saw boomers at their full capacity of power, right? Like when they were, you know, they were like the politicians started to become majority boomer, which is also when the country became dysfunctional, by the way. Uh, and you know, all the everybody's memory of what the '60s were like was essentially what the boomer memory was of the '60s and especially the '70s. You know, so yeah, it's kind of stunning in some ways the degree to which they've just had a stranglehold over everything. And granted, they've been waning for a while now. You know, probably a good 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
I'd say this is in some ways their last hurrah, but they're not going to be gone for another 10, 15 years. They're going to be around, and they'll never let you forget it, ever.
No, I think in their own minds, they would tell you unreservedly, we are the real greatest generation. We just allow
Yes,
our parents'
definitely.
generation to take the title because of World War II, but let's be honest about it. We know who's actually greater, and we're better than the best. So, pretty
Yeah, I
obvious.
can't.
Yeah, there was a bit of a modesty and restraint with the Greatest Generation that as a kid I always liked that I didn't see with the boomers, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Honestly, man, those Greatest Generation guys, they did not run around being like, "Yeah, I was in the 28th Infantry Division, the Battle of the Bulge," right? Or I was the First Marines at Palau. They didn't do that kind of shit.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, actually, like we talk shit about the boomers, but honestly, they had way better lives than we have, and we'd have been so
Fuck.
much
Now that
better off being born in like the 50s.
eh, Sean, what you said, you just reminded me of the whole story about Les Steckel. You ever heard of that guy?
That name sounds familiar. Go on, man.
All right. So, uh, 1980s Minnesota Vikings. Bud Grant, their longtime coach, has just retired. They
Oh
bring in a
yeah.
new guy, Les Steckel, who his whole gimmick is that he is a member of the Marines, and every single press conference he does, he just brings up the fact he was in the Marines, like every single time,
God.
and it did a bunch of like, stupid shit like Marine weight training for guys doing football, uh, which results in like a third of the team being injured before the season starts. And I remember like I only brought that up because I remember this because I was watching what was it the Secret Base documentary about the Minnesota Vikings. Great series, by the way. Check it out. Uh,
Hmm.
and then they brought up how like Grant also was in the service and how in his book he rarely ever brought it up and rarely ever brought it up in public. Meanwhile, this guy won't shut the fuck up about it. I'm just like, yeah, I that's a dichotomy there.
No, it's actually one more. I forget the leader of the Republican House caucus before Newt Gingrich was in World War II, and Newt Gingrich was talking how they need to use more like combative language. And he said to him, "I was in World War II. You know, what you're saying is infantile to me. You know, um, I think that was a big difference. You know,
Yeah,
yeah. No, like you're saying, just boomers just like loud, boastful, self confident, full of shit.
yeah,
You know,
Yeah.
and I mean, naturally, of course, individually, they're great fucking boomers I've met. And
Oh yeah.
and one thing I always praise boomers for, I always praise boomers for this, fucking great work ethic. They really do. They're some hard goddamn workers. They love working. All right, so they got that. No bullshit on that. All right,
yeah.
but yeah, it's Newt Gingrich was talking about using stronger language to describe Democrats. You know, and maybe Newt was right because, of course, Newt's strategy is one of the things that works in 1994. But that Republican guy was telling him, he's like, no, this is stupid. This is infantile. I'm not going to talk about them like they're the enemy. Now, I
The
know what an
greatest,
actual enemy. I know what it. I think the equivalent of what he said was, I know what an actual enemy looks like. You Um,
I think the
and
greatest argument against people wanting World War III to break out is like the I think like the worst thing about us going through a World War III, if we survive it, is the idea that we just produce another boomer generation from it. Just think about that.
Well,
How
assuming we
horrible that would
win.
be. Yeah, assuming
Uh,
we win.
but yeah, no, that I think you're right. That could happen. I do have to say
Boomer,
though, it's
nuclear boomers. Just imagine it.
it's funny with boomers because I've met some of the like maximally coolest people who are boomers, and I've also met people who are completely and totally fucking insufferable. And a lot of times they will have the same exact social backgrounds, but I've noticed like they do produce some extreme personalities in that generation, much more so than most other generations. Like you can be on an
you are
extreme
right
end of the
about cool,
spectrum of
man. No, you're right about cool. No. I've met some cool ass fucking boomers. Definitely. Yeah, definitely. You're right. No, it was a generation of extremes in that regard. But no
Yeah.
matter what, always an over the top, very confident personality. Very confident.
Yeah, even the more shy boomers have a certain swagger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to know what I think is like the worst name of the generations, like of the old ones, silent generations. Uh,
Which
Oh
produced
my
a bunch
yeah.
of rock
grandpa's, cause
stars.
yeah, because all the rock stars are is on top of that, and my grandpa is like was born 43, so he's part of that, and he won't shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, my dad was silent generation and uh, excellent talker, great public speaker, pretty good at acting, charismatic, always a lot of friends. Yeah, not just that, also stand-up comics, like reporters, like the idea we have, like like the celebrity reporters, like the Woodward and Bernstein type. It's like yeah, they're all silent generation. Stupidest fucking name for a generation. I'm also annoyed that people will like just forget them. They'll go from Generation X to Boomers. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? There's a whole other cohort there that has this very interesting experience of being stuck between the two. You know?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah. One thing I did notice about Silent Generation people that I grew up, like my dad was Silent Generation, like I said, and other ones, they tend to stick to their own. They tend to be annoyed with what came after and before them.
Hmm. Yeah.
Well, I mean, God, like my grandpa, he was like real GI generation, Gray generation, right? My dad was like, yeah, that's a real. My dad was like, that's a real old school guy, real old school fucker. He didn't say fucker, but that's what I thought he was about to say. you know, with just how reticent he was. If anything, fucking the GI generation was a silent generation.
Yeah,
Those
you're
guys
right.
barely talk about what happened in World War II. That's actually wait. Last thing to say about that, man. That's actually a trope. Talk to somebody who led like a grandpa, great grandpas in World War II. 9 times out of 10, they say like, "Yeah, I never talked about it until like one time, maybe."
Yeah, so my great grandpa was in World War II. He was a tanker, and the only times he'd talk about it would be like when my great uncle sometimes would sneak out. And my great uncle, by the way, is like a stereotype of boomers. So he'd sneak out, and then he'd get caught sneaking back in by my great grandpa. And sometimes, if he had been in the bottle, he'd be like, "Well, come and join me, son, and let me tell you this random story about this horrific battle I was in." So that's the only time he would ever mention the war is when he was sauced and he needed company. Otherwise, he would never say a word about it.
Now, similar thing here. My grandpa, when he would talk about World War II, would only if it was just me and him, and say there was maybe a war movie on because it was like '90s, so TNN and TBS played this shit all the time, right? And he liked watching them, like Battle of the Bulge, Midway, Tora. And so he would like tell me a few things about that, right? And also gave me all the shit he brought back from Germany. Straight up tells me he's like, I don't want my kids to have this. I want you to have it, which is another trope as well. I knew so many people whose grandfathers gave their grandkids that stuff and said, "Fuck my kids, they're not getting it."
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's my concluding thing about boomers though is that boomers are like the Massachusetts of generations. The generations before them didn't like them. The generations after them don't like them. Nobody likes them. Massachusetts is surrounded by states founded by people who didn't like them. Maine, New Hampshire, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. Not Vermont. Vermont's a
Yeah.
different story. It's the same thing with the boomers. Those old fuckers I was around, they did not like boomers either. They'd get into fights with them. They were annoyed with them. And nobody in Generation X liked them. And I'm in a real old millennial, but still, my group didn't care for them.
Yeah.
So yeah, boomers are funny, man. They are the Massachusetts of generations.
Well, there goes all the opportunities for us to make a bunch of super chat money off of boomers. Our
Well, they
next,
made for good movie directors. I'll say that.
yes, No, there
They
have
were
been a
really
lot of
good. They
very
actually, yeah, they were really good at movie directors.
yeah. No, I think the boomers definitely have a creative spark. I would say.
Yeah, definitely,
All right,
especially with movies.
and maybe
Especially
that comes from the confidence. I don't know.
could be you
Anyhow,
got to be confident to make a movie.
yeah. So
You're
our
in charge.
next,
You're in,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just looking at the room, like that. That's all that there is to it. Just unbridled confidence.
hmm
yeah. All right,
That's all the explanation.
our next super chat comes to us from Blue Ram Tetra Sabora for $5 Canadian. Thank you. He says, "Question for Sean: Where can I find more information for?" And it's I guess, a book title or something. All for the Regiment. I have 15 millimeter American Civil War minis, and I played Black Powder and Fire and Fury. Actually, I guess it's probably referring to a game.
Yeah, the name of the game is taken from a very good book about the Army of the Ohio from 1861 to 1862. So excellent Civil War book, all for the regiment. Um, I did put the rules on Board Game Geek, and the rules do work. I do want to tweak them though, to be honest. I want to get back to them to tweak them. Right now, my brother is painting Civil War minis, so hopefully when he's done, I want to get involved in that. I also want to try out the miniatures game Long Street. But anyway, it's on Board Game Geek. If you're having problems, uh, the email where I'm going to pin the email in the comments, my email, you can just email me and I'll send you the stuff for it. Okay?
All right, our next one is also from Blue Ram Tetra Sabora for $2 Canadian. And his question is, who was the last competent presidential candidate? Hmm.
Tough one.
I'm assuming you mean like you mean competent in the sense of they would do a good job as president, or competent in the sense of they're running a really brilliant campaign. Because I guess those are
Well,
two
if you
separate
want to
questions.
think, well, you can just go ahead and answer both and just split the difference, right?
So if we're talking about somebody who runs a really good campaign and really thought out their messaging and all that, then the last truly competent candidate would have been Obama. Because Obama very
Yes,
much
definitely.
captured the moment, built a coalition, was everything to everyone. Because I remember a lot of people who voted for him had very different expectations about what they were going to get, and then a lot of
Yes.
us were disappointed. But anyhow, I would say he would be competent in that sense. In terms of someone who is truly competent at having a great agenda, I would go Bernie Sanders. We're talking about somebody who's truly competent in terms of having the perfect background to really run the government. Like somebody who would do a really great job just from a purely administrative perspective. Somebody who clearly has that qualification, whether they'd actually be able to put it to use or not. And the person with the resume that would be super impressive. Ah, hmm. Probably of all the major candidates I've seen, and this is a little before my time, but I guess maybe Nixon in terms of having like a lot of policy knowledge and experience as vice president and a really broad range of learning. I would say maybe Nixon, maybe H.W. Bush. I don't know. What would be your choices, Sean?
Well, I'd say in terms of both competently run, competent and competently run election, I'd go with Obama on both counts. Which I have my problems with Obama, but incompetent, he was not on either end. You know, mistakes were made, but not incompetent.
Right.
I think also Obama is helped by the fact that in this century, his competition is Bush, Trump, and Biden. These guys are all disasters to varying degrees. H.W. Bush, though, would be the one who I would go with as being the last person to run for president who most certainly was competent. You can have some questions about Obama. I don't have many questions about Bush Sr. in that regard. You mentioned Nixon. I mean, my opinion, that's the last good president we had.
Yeah, I could see
Yeah.
what you're saying about Obama being a competent president, and I think he did prove to be competent. But I was thinking of somebody who's running, and it's a proven or known
Yeah.
quantity that they know what they're doing before they get in office. But yeah, I mean,
There's also a
Obama, I
thing of
think,
like,
understood how to run the government, at least, especially after a few years.
yeah, another thing in Obama's corner really is that you were talking about Arab people like looking into him and seeing what they wanted to see, and yeah, there was a lot of that. But one thing everybody agreed on was that we were not going to have somebody who was going to fly off the handle, you know, um, which we've gotten since then. Trump more verbally, Biden policy wise, I mean, I keep going back to, they wanted Obama to essentially fight the Ukraine war in 2014. And he told them, he's like, in that part of the world, Russia has the escalatory advantage and the logistical advantage. And it also matters more to them than it does to us. You know. And I have a lot of problems with Obama, but this is why I can't hate the guy in the end, is because he was not like Bush, Biden. These people go for farcical, fantastical foreign policy objectives. Obama didn't. You know, foreign policy. I like pragmatism. Obama was a pragmatist.
Yeah.
So yeah, but no, beyond competent, last good president, Richard Nixon. And hey, man, I mean, Nixon made mistakes. I mean, I was just reading about the railroad bill um, Nixon signed in like 1970, 71. Bad bill. Screwed up American railroads. Nixon made his share of mistakes. Everybody does. At the end of the day, like, Nixon was a good, effective president. Actually gave a shit.
Yeah. All right. Well, now we have our last question from Blue Ram Tetra Sabora. $5 Canadian. It's definitely a Sean question. Did Bragg as quartermaster really deny a request for supplies to Bragg as a general?
Oh,
Highly
this point.
doubtful.
Because that would be quite something if that did happen.
Yeah, the only the our source for that story is Grant's memoirs. Um, and my little personal soapbox, Grant's memoirs are historically very suspect. Keeping in mind too, this is written by a dying man who is concerned about his reputation, but also concerned about other people too. I do find in Grant's memoirs that he softens several opinions that he has of contemporary generals, or he doesn't even bad talk him that much. Like John McClernand, we all this idea that Grant hated John McClernand. He didn't like the guy for sure. You don't really see that in memoirs. He doesn't talk about McClernand much at all. So Grant in his memoirs, I think, also was, um, with a few exceptions, was being nicer to people as well. He makes up the story about Bragg. We don't have any other source for it. It sounds ridiculous. Yeah, I just don't believe it. Also, keeping in mind too that Grant's memoirs are not just written by Grant. Mark Twain helped out, but so did Adam Badeau. And I've actually read. There's a book of this guy who was a sculptor, and they published this book where he has conversations with Union generals, and he has a conversation with. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank, everybody. I had to find it. There's a conversation with one Union general who is fairly close to Grant, who straight up says Badeau wrote the memoirs, not Grant. And I'm like, wow, that's man, that's quite a revelation if that's true. But I'm not even saying it's like true, but I think Badeau helped out. So did Mark Twain. And I think they may have just invented a story that sounded fun. And a dying Grant goes, yeah, sure, whatever. Um, so Grant's memoirs, well written, historical resource to use. Be very careful with them. Lots of shit he says in those memoirs is contradicted by contemporary evidence. I do not rank them amongst the best Civil War memoirs.
Yeah,
For
that comment
generals,
about
that is.
yeah that comment about it possibly being ghostwritten by Badeau or even Twain. Yeah, that story feels like it's definitely something that Twain would have concocted.
Yes.
Like just think about like some pre-war army officer is assigned both like quartermaster and also post commander, and he decides he's so cantankerous that he gets into a beef with his. He refuses to follow his own orders.
Yeah, that does. I was thinking the same thing. It sounds very Mark Twain. That being said, for my own specific thing, writing about Shiloh, I'm thinking about the passage of Grant's memoirs about Shiloh. Uh, there's good stuff in there and good points made as well. And I do quote them, but I'm more careful with them than I'm more careful with the memoirs than I am with some of the other ones. Say, for instance, Beauregard's memoirs. Beauregard's memoirs are interesting because they're not particularly well written. They're not terribly well written, but they're not the best read. They're really well documented. Beauregard was obsessive about having documents to back up a lot of things that he said. And I trust Beauregard's memoirs more than most just because of that. Keeping in mind, though, you still got to be careful. These are still the memoirs of a general. And also, he didn't even put his name on those. Alfred Roman's name is on them. Um, Sherman's memoirs, historically accuracy wise, better than Grant overall. But even he's got, fucking whoppers, right? Like he says, we weren't. I was not surprised at Shiloh. That is that is one of the biggest, boldest lies I've ever read in my life. The mountain of evidence that Sherman ignored there was a Confederate army in front of him is it's unsurmountable, right? But that being said, Sherman's memoirs are very well written. I mean, Sherman's a great writer, and actually, while he has things like that he's like that about, I would actually say overall, Sherman's memoirs are not that inaccurate. He actually his narrative of Shiloh lines up pretty well with the source documents. Uh, I know I'm rambling here about Civil War memoirs because it's one of the things I'm obsessed with, but I will mention this one in particular. Lew Wallace, excellent memoirs, very well written, very accurate. They line up very well with the reports on the ground at the time and other people's accounts as well. So when you're writing about Fort Donelson, Shiloh, and Monocacy, the three battles Lew Wallace is in, you can trust his memoirs. They're good. They're really good.
Interesting. Our next question comes to us from Will Nitro for $2. Thank you, Will. And he says, will you do a Gen Officer ranking or tier list? Well, I don't know yet. So I still got to do Woo and Wei, and those will both take a while to research, and I'll probably have to divide those in two like I did with the Shu Han officers. The thing about Gen is that the documents about that late period of the Three Kingdoms are a little more limited, so it'd be very hard for me to really go into a lot of detail about, say, Dong Ai and, Sima Yi's sons and all that. So I could potentially do that, but it would probably be a pretty short stream, just because there wouldn't be nearly as much to say. But maybe. So it's kind of, at this point, it's still undecided, I guess. I haven't made up my mind one way or the other. Next up, we have Bando for $30.99, and I assume that's $30.99 Australian. Thank you, Bando. And he says, thoughts on the U.S. loss of prestige on the world stage, and is this the end of the empire? Also, did the Houthis change naval warfare forever by being able to control and blockade the Red Sea without a deep sea navy?
Ooh, that's a good question. In terms of the Houthis, that's definitely had an effect for sure. But also, it's been known for a while that land-based missiles are going to change naval warfare, and naval warfare is going to get real different and complicated because naval strategy is what they call build strategy. So you're thinking about what you're going to be doing ahead of time, 5 years, preferably 10, 15, right? And you sink a ship, you can't just throw those things out, you know. So Yeah, naval warfare is definitely going to change. I the Houthis have shown that land-based rockets, and they kind of already knew this to begin with, but they've shown that if you got enough land-based rockets, you can really change things. At the same time, America losing its prestige. I mean, yeah. Um, on my end, that's been my take ever since they put all those sanctions on Russia. That was the moment I said we lost, that we were strategically at lost because um, if you can put Russia under that many sanctions, what's the rest of the world going to think? They're going to think they can't trust you, and they already don't trust you because of Libya. You know?
Well,
And furthermore,
they
you
also
know,
don't trust us because of the invasion of Iraq.
yeah, that one too. That one too. I mentioned Libya though for a reason though. There was that moment of we may be able to trust America again with Obama. That's why.
Right, where he got a Nobel
And
Peace Prize before he had really had time to have a cup of coffee in the Oval Office.
yeah, oh God, that was so dumb. God, that was so stupid. Even Obama knew it was dumb though. When he went to accept the prize, you looked at me like he looks really awkward. Like he's smart enough to know this is goofy, you know. Um, so, but yeah, no. When America did that and Europe did that, I was very much like, this is not going to work for one thing because Russians can feed themselves and then keep the lights on. Also, Russia's got a lot of friends in the world, and a lot of countries that don't care. They just want gas, right? And a lot of countries who think what they're doing in Ukraine is perfectly valid. For that's their sphere of influence type of thinking. But also just um, the other thing too, though, I'd like to emphasize is that the way that was treated is we're going to put all these sanctions on Russia and they're just going to crack. But you've got to think about this. That's a total war objective. Now, you want to put sanctions on the country to pressurize them to do policy X, Y, or Z, you can do that. If you put a bunch of sanctions on the country because you want to change their government and dictate what's going to happen, well, you're in a Cuba situation, and it's never worked. Cuba was able to have trade allies elsewhere. Cuba was able to survive. Same thing with Russia. So sanctions don't work if you're treating them as a total war, as a tool of total war, for lack of a better way to put it. And that's why I thought that was fucking stupid from the beginning. You know, but if anything I was dead on about has been this war. I mean that war.
Well, I mean, that war still hasn't been decided yet, to be fair.
I don't see how Ukraine can win.
Well, it depends on how much foreign aid comes in going forward.
I don't see how Ukraine can win. Also, from a historical analysis, you're going to fight the Russians, do what they did in the Crimean War. Have a limited objective. Make it clear you're not there to change the government. You're just there to fulfill your limited objective. You can beat them. If you make the Russians think you're there to hurt them badly, to conquer them, to radically change their government, they'll fight you to death. And that's what we did.
Yeah, the big difference, though, is that unlike the Crimean War, in this case, the Russians themselves are the aggressors.
Well, we could debate that one. I think it's also a complicated thing if you're looking at it from the Ukrainian point of view, since you have a country that seemed to be stuck between, how much do we support? How much do we go in for the West? How much do we go in for Russia? You know, but as Obama said, for the Russians is existential, and they have the escalatory advantage.
Yeah, that's true.
But at the end of the day, Biden, as people think, Trump's a Russian puppet, and Russia represents everything we aren't, which is, they don't support gay marriage, they're nationalistic, and blah blah blah, and we have to stop them. Yes, I've thought since 2016 we were going to war with Russia. Anyway, so you know,
Yeah. All right. Well,
hell, it's like right after 9. It's like right after 9/11, man. I'm sorry. A month after 9/11, I was like, oh, we're going to invade Iraq now because Bush started talking about Iraq a month after 9/11.
Yeah.
Americans telegraph where they're going. you know.
All right. Our next super chat comes to us from Nimble Dick for £5. Thank you, Nimble. Good maneuvering. Nice to catch a live stream for a change. Well, glad you were able to make it, Nimble Dick. Glad you were nimble enough to insert yourself into this live stream. Next up, we have Seth Becker for $10. Thank you, Seth. And his comment is simply, I owe you $90. Well, I am not in a position to disagree with that notion. So I agree that you do owe me $90.
Thank you very much. Also, a nimble dick, great name.
Yeah. Trey Peters for $1.99. Thank you, Trey. Says, question for Sean. Do you think before you speak?
Yeah, most of the time.
Every time you do, except for the times you don't.
Yeah, well, I
All
mean, yeah.
right, our next one
Think before you speak.
is from
Sorry.
Robert for $1.99. Thank you, Robert. He says, what are each of your favorite Civil War stories? If you just had to choose one favorite story, what would it be?
What do you say?
Huh. So, I'm trying to think of a really good one. Because there are a bunch of decent ones. I think for me, it's still got to go to General Pope with all the bragging he did before fighting Second Manassas. Talking about his headquarters
Yeah.
are in the saddle and talking about how much ass he's gonna kick, and then he gets his chance and shits the bed. There's still something about that. It's just such a nice classic example of hubris.
Yeah. No, it also had a big effect in Henry Halleck because that was Halleck's guy, you know. Um, and one can see Halleck's confidence decrease significantly after Pope loses. You know, it's interesting, man. Uh, I guess mine would be the death of Albert Finney Johnston. You know, um, dying, commanding this dramatic charge, uh, being wounded. It's still debated whether or not he actually might have been shot by his own men. I think it was probably one of the Illinois regiments, though, that was retreating. Uh, and having his body dragged off into a hollow with his staff, who were almost all his friends, and they're all crying as he's dying. You know, um, Johnston. I had to give a tour where I went to St. Louis Cemetery Number 2, where he was temporarily buried, and I gave like this is years back. I gave a tour stop about it, and I was really, really doing well. Like I was really in the zone, and I could see people on the tour being emotionally affected by it. You know. Um, anyway, and then Johnson's body being brought to New Orleans. After the war, being moved to Austin in a grand ceremony. There's just a lot of pathos and drama to it.
So
You know.
basically, it's your favorite story because you've made tip money off of it. I'm trying to think.
No,
I guess my other favorite Civil War
it's
story would just be anything about Dan Sickles.
oh yeah, that's always entertaining. I also think in the
Uh,
case of Johnston for the Shiloh book, I've read every account of how he died, and I've pieced him together to try to make the most accurate narrative possible of his death. It takes up like 2 or 3 pages, you know. So I don't know. Something about his death.
Yeah, for me, I think it has to be Pea Ridge, the whole clusterfuck on the Confederate right flank, where uh, a one general at a time goes forward on reconnaissance only to be gunned down, and the entire that entire wing of Van Dorn's army just sits around doing nothing for the rest of the battle. Like, I think it's all just one regiment manages to kill or wound at least three rebel generals in that front alone.
McCullough dies, and the second in command was, oh God, what's his name?
McIntosh,
McIntosh.
McIntosh.
Yeah, by the way, David Stanley's memoirs, he has an entire rant about how rotten McIntosh is. It's hilarious.
Oh yeah,
And the third one he gets captured is A Bear.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. I remember McIntosh mainly because in coastal Georgia, the McIntosh family are very prominent in our history. Of course, there's Lackland McIntosh. You guys talk about him in the Revolutionary video. It's part of
Mhm.
that family. I think there was a Jean McIntosh who became chief of the Creeks, but got murdered for selling away Creek lands in the 1830s. Stuff like that. So yeah. Fun fact. James McIntosh, the guy that got killed at Pea Ridge, his brother was John B. McIntosh, who served as a cavalry commander in the Army of Potomac, fought well under Wilson and Sheridan.
Yeah, yeah, brigade commander. Yeah. Um, Going back to Johnston, I'm sorry, a detail about it. Okay, real quick, is that um, he dies the moment that they've made this attack. He's very heroic. Of course, he's on his horse, big tall guy, right? He probably would have lived if they had been able to put a tourniquet on him. But two problems arise. One, they didn't find the tourniquet in one of his pockets. And second, he had sent his surgeon Yandel to go take care of the Union wounded. Because Johnston is actually that honorable. Is he I mean, he is actually an honorable man. For instance, after the disasters at Fort Henry and Fort Donelson, he writes and says, "Yes, this is my fault. I can only redeem it with victory." Think about all the Civil War generals, all of them, all the famous ones who make excuses for what happens to them. And Johnson says, "Yeah, it's my fault. I'll make this up with a victory." You know. Uh, so I think that's also what it is too. Is that he just he had this presence that people talked about all the way until the time that he died, that most officers north and south just didn't have. So I think that's a big one too. But yeah, no, that Pea Ridge clusterfuck. I remember reading that about that when I was a kid. I was like, "What the hell?" Man, that's a disaster, man.
Yeah, it's like these guys are just going one at a time. Like Colt goes first on personal reconnaissance, gets killed 30 minutes past. McIntosh is like, "What's going on?" Decides to ride forward to check on him, gets killed.
Yeah, that's hilarious, man.
He bears like goes forward, gets attacked, gets captured. It's like whack a mole, and I'm pretty sure this is all done. Like, sorry, what? Sorry, I forgot what time it is. Shit.
Yeah, no, he went on, but it's been fun. So I just said screw it and went on.
Yeah,
Although I got to say
sorry.
though, I've never had an insulting super chat about "Do you think before you speak?"
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Imagine
fuck, I thought it was
paying
great,
to
man.
insult someone on the street.
How much did they pay? I forgot.
two
Like two
dollars.
dollars.
Man, I got to say, dude, like, cheers to you. Uh,
Yeah,
that's you paid to insult. I got some fucking respect for that, man.
yeah.
Yeah, there's
I had to
actually
head
one
off now.
streamer who used to make money by what they call donate to talk shit. So people would have to, and the only way he'd respond to anything is if somebody paid for it, and it was pretty much all just insults against him. And then almost everybody would also do the thing where they would retract the money they spent. So I don't think it was a very profitable business model, but you know.
That isn't unprofitable at all. No, sir, with the $2, do not retract. Um, I I don't know if I respect. I'm like, how can I say it? Like, I'm impressed that you paid to insult.
Well, I got a call tonight. Afraid I'm going to get a noise complaint soon. So
Gotcha, man.
All
I'll
right.
yeah.
How many do we have any more super chats?
Got one more.
No, it doesn't.
Let's just do that and then we'll call it quits,
All
all
right.
right?
So we have Nimble Dick again for £10. Thank you, Nimble. He said 100% Russian aggression. You're basically defending Hitler invading the Saarland because of Versailles, and honestly, that is a better argument than defending Russia for the invasion of Ukraine. So you thought there was only one super chat against you, Sean, but you were wrong.
Yeah, it's £10 super chat. So it's about as much money that the other guy spent. So
No, it's more than that because I think a pound's worth about $1.50. So I might be wrong on that, but it's worth more than $1. I know that.
Saarland. Oh, the Rhineland. He means like 1936 when they remilitarized. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it
Um,
is their own country. So yeah, I'd say. Well, in that case, I mean, it's fucking Hitler. I know I'm trying to make that argument. It was like remilitarizing the Rhineland as if it's his own fucking country, and it's just a whole stupid thing.
what you have to understand too is that up to a certain point with Adolf Hitler, he's making moves that are popular, right? Like going to the Rhineland is popular in Germany and the Rhineland. Same thing with combination with Austria. Same thing with Sudetenland. It's when they go to Prague that you are running to people who do not want to be under you. They don't want to be with you, you know, and that really becomes the breaking point for Britain and France for a number of reasons, you know. So we just keep that one in mind as well. Um, I don't know. Hmm.
Yeah.
I made I would give like a full throated analysis of why Ukraine, America, and Russia are all screwing around with each other. You know,
Well,
all I can say is,
it's mostly America and Russia doing the screwing around. Ukraine's kind of just on the receiving end.
yeah. And I'm not Ukrainian. I don't know. Um, I know that Ukraine is partially an amalgamation of areas that are Ukrainian and Russian that rose up against the Soviet Union in the early 1990s for a variety of reasons. You had striking workers in the Donbass because of conditions of the Soviet Union, and then people towards Western Ukraine who were upset about a lot of things, but also, they were really upset about the atrocities that the Soviet Union had inflicted on their forefathers. You know, so, um, but I don't feel at this point capable of getting the nitty gritty of that one. I would only say that this is not a good guy, bad guy fight. That's the only thing I'm adamant about.
Yeah. I mean, I still think it is an act of Russian aggression, all things considered. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
they could have gone about things a different way. I mean, yeah, in the grand strategic sense, I think you're right on a certain level that the American expansion of NATO after the Cold War end, that put Russia in a pretty bad spot. That and the failure to extend any kind of aid the way that we aided, say, Poland after the Cold War. So those were both mistakes in the long run that contributed to the current problems. That being said,
Yeah.
um, Russia did decide to invade Ukraine to distract from internal problems. At the end of the day, it was a war of
You think to
aggression.
distract from internal problems? Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's why Putin's fought most of his wars. Like, if you look at his track record, when he fought Georgia, when he fought Ukraine the last time, a lot of it is because people are starting to ask questions. Well, this guy's been in charge for X number of years. Why haven't things gotten better? before you can
I
have
think the key
a chance to ask that question, let's go fight this neighboring country we can beat.
I think the key to understanding Russia is buffer states. It's the thing that connects the Soviet Union to the Tsar. You know, they are both have an interest in warm water ports and buffer states
Yeah,
and spheres of influence, and an emphasis on security and borders. That's long been a Russian thing.
that and trying to
You know,
find diplomatic partners who can give you a little bit of flank support, people who can threaten your enemies from a different side. Usually that's been a Russian tactic as well, but I guess because of
yes.
Britain turning away from Russia, that's not really been something they've been able to find a good version of lately. I mean, China's not really in the right position to provide that kind of support.
I guess for me, Russia is acting in a completely predictable mode. you know. And I always say, what would you do if Mexico was involved? What would America do if Mexico was involved in an anti-American alliance with China? How would we react? Probably not very rationally. Probably not very nice.
Probably not. That's true.
Yeah. So I also think that, but also, there's also a thing where the neoconservatives, who are still a thing, they're still around. Anything they're I want to say they've had a renaissance, but they definitely have more influence now than they had in the Obama years. They hate Russia for a variety of reasons, but one of the big ones is Russia is the only country in the world that has veto power over America. It can nuke us to oblivion. No other country can do that. You know, so if you could, I think the idea was if you applied enough economic pressure on Russia, that the whole thing would fold and they might divide up into several different republics, which are much easier to manage than one giant country that has enough nukes to wipe you off the face of the earth,
Mm,
which
yeah.
is always involves strategic calculus, you know. But I don't know, man. I also think there's the ideology involved as well. Russia, and to a lesser degree, China, but China as well. I mean, they're just openly snubbing the values that America is embracing in a lot of ways. You know, so I think that plays a part as well because also because during the Cold War, we would ignore America's traditional adherence to democracy just to beat the commies. But you start seeing, even the last few years of the Cold War, but especially post Cold War, American foreign policy becoming much more idealistic, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, this
Which
idea of
should
we need
also
to
be
have a
noted is,
moral foreign policy.
yeah, and that is something that the Russians and Chinese do with foreign countries. They say, we don't care what you do, we just want to make a deal. And America, uh, not in all cases, not Israel or Saudi Arabia, but those are those countries always insult America and get away with what they want, right? Um, but a lot of other countries, you start putting strings attached to what they can get from you, you know. And once again, not in every case. Things are always still flexible. So yeah, I don't know, but I guess assume that me just saying that there's no way Ukraine can win must mean that sorry, me just saying Ukraine must win must upset quite a few people, but whatever. Just telling you the truth. I'm gonna say Ukraine can't win. Yeah, they can't win.
Yeah, I mean, not unless we really dump a lot of high tech arms into the country and keep doing it indefinitely. Um, which,
Yeah, and even then, how many more can we produce against what the Russians can produce, especially with artillery shells
yeah, I don't know.
and drones?
I guess it just depends on a matter of commitment. So, yeah, most likely Ukraine will fold at some point. I don't know how long it'll take, but They're
I don't
at
know. I
this
don't know
point they're
either.
so committed that they will fight until they can't anymore. And then in terms of what a
Yeah,
post-war settlement would look like, I don't know, but it's looking pretty fucking grim for the Ukrainians.
yeah, and I would also say my apologies on this one if I'm saying like, okay, Ukraine can't win. This doesn't mean they're not fighting tooth and nail, you know. But I see their situation as being like the Confederacy. They're fighting like demons. They're fighting like hell, but I don't see how you win.
Yeah, and it's also one of those victories that Russia would win that could well prove to be Pyrrhic, because they're not
It
only
could.
losing a lot of men and material, but they're also gaining something that's not terribly valuable.
Oh no, Donbass is valuable.
Well, there are a couple parts of it that might be valuable, but just based on the bitterness that's going to come after this war, almost any territory they annex will be a problem.
Not the problems they currently annex. It's the further west they go where they run into a big problem. Further west, they start running to people who really don't want them there.
Yeah,
Especially if they get west of the Dnieper, those people really don't want them there.
because the
And if
problem
the
is,
Russians,
from what I
by any
understand,
capacity, annex that would be nasty. That would be horrific. That would be bad.
because from what I understand, a lot of Putin's rhetoric has been about not only getting back the areas they started off looking for, but also trying to gain more. And as they've invested more and more blood and manpower and money, they're looking to get a lot of stuff out of this war. So they probably will end up trying to take territories that they probably would be wise to stay the hell out of.
That I think so as well, and that would be my fear as well because those territories, yeah, that'll get bad. Is If you look at anything with the Chechnya, with the wars in Chechnya, that would get real ugly real fast. But I don't know when it exactly would end. I just know that the Russians continue to gain territory and that they can outproduce with artillery shells in particular. And it should also be noted that both sides have made their share of mistakes, but both sides have also shown a lot of tactical skill and evolution as well. And I say that because, especially over here, you get this idea of like dumb Russians. Like they're not stupid; they've learned.
Yeah.
They've pulled off some good. But the same thing at the same time, there's certain voices that would make you think that the Ukrainian military is incompetent. I'm like, no, no, these people fight tooth and nail. All right, so um, the sorry, uh, both sides have shown a lot of tactical evolution, and that's one of the reasons why you have a stalemate. And also, should be last thing to keep in mind about this too. Both sides see this as an existential fight. No wonder the kind of fight you see is brutal and slow. All right. Both sides see it as existential. Unlike, say, Iraq, where we could just get out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, that's just my take on it.
Yeah. But anyway, I mean, yeah, Russia coming into the war, they already had access to the Black Sea because they took Crimea, which is the best part of what was Ukraine. So they put their hand in the
A
cookie
good
jar
part.
to get territories that are not valuable enough to justify the kind of bloodshed they've suffered.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of mines around there. Um, there's also there's a lot of mines and some good farmland as well. There's an argument that's been made that the Russians are also thinking to global warming when you want to have as much good farmland as possible.
Yeah.
You know,
Although I'm pretty sure most of the areas they're invading are a little bit more mountainous. A lot of that good wheat land is more in the firmly Ukrainian part of the country.
yeah, no, no, definitely a lot of the best, but they're still fighting over farmland areas. It's not mountainous. It's some of the areas are hilly. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But no, no, no. They are fighting over resource-rich areas. Make no mistake about that.
Well, hopefully they'll get more out of it than the Ukrainian government was, because Ukraine going into the war, I think even in 2014 when they had Crimea, I think it was still the poorest country in Europe, right?
Ukraine is racked with a lot of incompetence and especially corruption. Ukraine and Russia pre-invasion ranked very close in corruption. You know, fuck.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. Well, I guess we
I'm,
can.
I'm sorry. It sounded a bit exasperated because sorry. Just there shouldn't be a war going on right now, and it's horrific for them, and it upsets me in the first place that it even happened. But anyway, that's it.
All right. Well, I guess we can call it a day then. So, thank you everybody for joining us this evening at fairly short notice and with the kind of last minute schedule change. So, we appreciate you all showing up and participating. And remember to look back at this video for the pinned comment with Sean's email address and some of the details about the books he has for sale. So, thank you all, and to all a good night.